Senate will come to order. Senator Creighton, you're recognized on committee substitute for Senate Bill 17. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in the discussions I've had with my colleagues and committee hearings as we move forward with Senate Bill 17, I have rarely engaged in a debate or the type of discussions we have with members in which so many of my fellow senators, including opponents of the bill, are in agreement. Texas is one of the most diverse states in the country, and we all agree that diversity contributes to our strength and our resiliency as a state. We all agree that our institutions of higher education must harness that diversity, and everyone in this chamber agrees that we have no higher priority than ensuring that every Texan, regardless of race or ethnicity, is given the tools they need to succeed. We agree that equality of access to higher education as well as equality of treatment in education is our main goal, and we agree that we must continue to work toward that goal with success and with the data to show that we're making progress. I believe if you look closely at Senate Bill 17 and what it actually does, we will agree on that too. DEI programs have been shown to be exclusive. They have been shown to be ineffective. And they have shown to be politically charged. And many of these programs have been weaponized to compel speech instead of protecting free speech. Diversity, equity, and inclusion programs are present in some form on almost every Texas campus, and 26 of the 37 taxpayer-funded universities in Texas have a central DEI administrative office. 51 of the 64 colleges within our top 5 universities have dedicated DEI committees for hiring and for strategic plans. The University of Texas alone has 14 people in their division of diversity. 11 of the 14 are ranked as vice presidents. Almost 50 people at UT have DEI in their titles. There are 379 employees within the Department of DEI and Community Engagement. Texas A&M's Office of Diversity is headed by a vice president and associate provost. 46 DEI officers are on staff throughout the A&M system who, among other things, oversee 2 major committees of 30 members each that handle university climate and hiring. Texas universities are spending millions on these, even though a nationwide study at Baylor University from 2018 found that bringing in a chief diversity officer, which on a large campus is accompanied by a huge staffing increase, has had no effect on minority-based hiring. At Texas A&M last year, the university's DEI leadership, with the support of the Faculty Senate, announced that they would no longer include Asian American applicants for certain faculty positions. After English and Spanish, Vietnamese is the most spoken language in Texas. Next is Chinese. Next is Tagalog. But those Asian groups are not included in A&M's list of underrepresented minorities. under the diversity, equity, and inclusion departments at Texas A&M, those Asian groups are excluded. When Texas Tech was looking for a biology professor, interviewers downgraded candidates for saying that his required diversity statement centered around the point that that applicant was making, that he treated all of his students equally. That application was downgraded at Texas Tech's biology department. A biology professor, a scientist. In science, merit has to be the bottom line, regardless of other work that we're doing to increase outcomes for students. Merit, skills, and ability has to be the bottom line, particularly in science. We're training people to compete in the race to end cancer. But at Texas Tech, this scientist was downgraded because he would not parrot DEI talking points, while other applicants got a better score because those applicants included a land acknowledgement to native tribes in his particular diversity statement for a position as a biology professor, as a scientist. The University of Texas Strategic Plan for Faculty Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion urges that every applicant for a job at UT be required to provide a diversity statement. We don't know how close they've come to reaching this goal before Governor Abbott required that diversity statements be discontinued. But at Texas A&M, 56% of all applications submitted by applicants were required to submit a diversity statement to be considered. To avoid the fate of the unsuccessful candidate at Texas Tech, the applicant must state that they will not treat students equally. They must affirm their belief that some students deserve to be treated differently because of their race, ethnicity, gender, or sexual preference. And that, members, is equity, not equality. That is leveling up regardless of merit and hiring based on life experiences, upbringing, or social justice concerns. Ironically, a 2018 study of a similar equal opportunity statement in the federal system found that the requirement discourages some minorities' willingness to even apply for jobs tied to these statements. In Texas, candidates who didn't supply a diversity statement were excluded. At the University of Cal Berkeley, 76% of applicants were excluded if they did not participate in a diversity statement. And research and publication and teaching ability and references were never considered. Before any staff member can be included in a faculty search committee, they must participate in DEI training. Anyone who does not participate in the training is excluded. And because we all agree that diversity is our strength, of course, and equality is our guiding principle, absolutely, we cannot support policies that exclude other Texans, or quite frankly, some of the best and brightest applicants to our universities from all over the world. Senate Bill 17 affirms the 1964 Civil Rights Act the protections within the Civil Rights Act, specifically tied to Title VII and Title IX, and the Equal Protection Clause. Senate Bill 17 also does three things. The bill will close down DEI offices on the campuses of state-funded colleges and universities and end all activities that could potentially discriminate against students on the basis of race, ethnicity, or origin. Senate Bill 17 will prohibit diversity statements for job applicants at Texas universities, loyalty oaths. And in prohibiting those diversity statements, we will end the practice of compelling speech rather than fostering an environment of supporting free speech. Senate Bill 17 will return the focus on Texas campuses to harnessing the strength of our diversity and ensuring that everyone is treated equally, that no one is excluded. And this legislation will ensure that free speech and open inquiry, and I believe, Senators, if you look clearly at the bill, you'll agree that we need to pass it. Members, we're all united to strive for diversity, and I would contend that hiring should always be colorblind and gender neutral. We all agree on the cornerstones of state and federal law to protect against discrimination. Those are reaffirmed, of course, in this legislation. You'll hear impassioned arguments today that this bill takes us backwards. Members, this bill moves us forward to hire the best and the brightest, the most competent, and to consider all in the hiring process with equal dignity. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 17.
Thank you, Senator. Senator West, what purpose?
Questions of the author?
Do you yield, Senator?
Yes, I yield.
Senator Creighton, first of all, you and I have had numerous discussions about Senate Bill 17. Would you not agree with me that because of past discrimination, there have been past discrimination right here in the state of Texas, and I'm gonna focus on employment, that we now have in place mechanisms to try to make certain that we have a diverse workforce in our institutions of higher education. Would you not agree with that?
That's correct. We've had many discussions on this.
Fact is that let's just talk about faculty. Texas has two flagship universities, A&M and Texas, have extremely low diversity. At UT, only 10% of the faculty are Hispanic, with only 5% being black. At A&M, only 5% are Hispanic and 4% are black. Given that the goal of DEI is to increase diversity, why are we getting rid of a program that frankly has only made meager gains? Why are we trying to get rid of that particular program?
Well, as I talked about in my layout, Senator West, we'll have a good discussion about it today. The diversity, equity, and inclusion departments continue to trend towards data and performance that you and I would think, united together, would feel is just not good enough to advance true diversity at the university level. And the data shows that whether you look at the Baylor study that was commissioned recently that is being lauded nationwide, that universities that have hired chief diversity officers and implemented these DEI programs have either stayed stagnant or gone backwards in the data and the progress of what you and I would expect for them to take those steps forward as a system, not
Okay.
as a unit or a department.
But you would agree that if our flagship institutions only have 10% Hispanics and only 5% being black at UT and only 5 and 4% respectively being at A&M, diversity is still a problem as it relates to hiring in the state of Texas at our institutions. It's still a problem. Would you not agree?
It's exactly what I was saying in my layout, Senator West, that where we may not agree on the bill, we agree on the ultimate goal, which is to increase the progress related to diversity.
Okay.
But DEI units have been shown to take us backwards.
Well, I mean, have been shown here in the state of Texas to take us backwards. Now, help me. You're a lawyer, and let's go to where the testimony of people in the state of Texas that work in DEI offices was before our committee, right? We had persons, and you invited them from Texas, and I think A&M also, to come testify before our committee. And they testified in terms of what happens in DEI offices. Now, we had persons from out of state talking about it also, but they're not from Texas. They don't work in DEI offices. And so if we really wanted to figure out what these DEI programs are all about, it would seem as though that we would get people from the respective universities who work in those offices to kind of tell us what specific activities they engage in. Would you agree with me?
Senator West, we had, if you're talking about our invited witnesses, we had...
I am.
Yeah, we had invited witnesses that talked from a national outlook, which is very relevant to our conversation today based on trends. We had witnesses that talked about Texas specific. And I think as far as the value add for the hearing, it was an incredible value add. And then we let every citizen that wanted to testify have their say. We also followed up with a hearing that brought in diversity, equity, and inclusion department personnel to answer questions to the full committee, so that we were not limited to the higher education subcommittee only for that discussion. So I think we vetted things extremely well in the committee, and I think a national outlook with testimony and a Texas-specific lens that we were looking through was about as good as it gets for how we're able to vet a bill.
And I understand your perspective, but the reality is the only people on the ground, when I say on the ground, that actually worked in DI offices were the persons that were invited to testify at the committee level, correct? Correct?
The only people on the ground that were invited to testify?
That worked in DEI offices were the ones that we invited at the committee of the whole, right?
We extended invitations, and then we were able to ask questions of those that chose to show.
Okay, and those well, let me just say this. All right, because I want to make sure it's absolutely clear that we invited persons who currently work in DEI offices at major universities, and the only ones that actually attended were from Texas and I believe A&M. Am I correct?
Just UT.
Just UT, okay. Just UT, that's right, wasn't from the engineering department.
That's right.
All right. And so, based on that, invitations were given, members, to make certain we knew what activities DEI officers were engaged in. And correct me if I'm wrong, what we were told, the record is there as it relates to the testimony, was that these DEI offices, and I think it was in pursuant to a question by Senator King in terms of wanting to know exactly what these offices did. And this is what we were told. And it may not influence your vote one way or the other on this, but I want to make certain the record, whatever we call the record, is clear. That these offices work with other departments. that are trying to get a mix as it relates to employment. I'm limited right now to employment. They end up helping other departments put in place a mixed pool of individuals that may very well be considered for employment. That's what we were told. If a department reaches out to them and asks for assistance, that office then helps them to try to locate persons of different backgrounds to be considered by that office for employment. That's what happens. That's the testimony. That office also helps with issues concerning recruitment of low economic students. That office works with veterans. That office works with disabled persons. That's what the office does. And so when we start talking about the issue that this is all about DEI and race and all of that stuff, I think it misses the target. And again, once again, we find ourselves talking about this issue. And we spend, frankly, entirely too much time on this issue as opposed to what I think issues that are more relevant. Senator, let me ask you a couple of questions about the bill itself. I'm on page 1 of the bill. Page 2, I'm sorry, at the top of the page. In section 51.3525 on line 2.1. Influencing and hiring. What do you mean when you say influencing and hiring or employment practices? Influencing. Help me understand that. And give me an example.
Well, we talked about the loyalty oaths, correct? We talked about the diversity statements. We talked about the University of Texas Strategic Plan for Faculty Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion urges every applicant for a job at UT to be required to provide a diversity statement. And so when you're talking about influence, you're talking about what nationally has become a discussion that centers around, through all of these DEI efforts, loyalty oaths. And you and I talked quite a bit about chilling effects and what does and does not cause a chilling effect, what is and is not tied to free speech versus compelled speech. But when you have a loyalty oath that is required, and these are growing not just nationally but in our flagships, you have compelled speech. And when you have compelled speech, you do not have free speech. When you have compelled speech, you have exclusive requirements. And when you have exclusivity, you have no diversity and you have no inclusion.
And so that's your definition of influencing. Influencing hiring or employment practices at the institution with respects to race, sex, and all the other categories contained in there. Is that correct?
I would say that's an example under influencing.
Okay, and in section 2, line 2627, special benefits. What do you mean by that? Promoting differential treatment of or providing special benefits to individuals on the basis of the categories that you have there.
I think the plain language is clear. Senator West, what a reasonable person would assume that within hiring practices, differential treatment on the job, providing special benefits to certain individuals. Look, we all have workplaces, and we all know if there are pay benefits or leave benefits, scheduling benefits, hiring benefits, perks tied to the job that are different than what others are afforded.
Give us an example of that.
Those are my examples.
Does that happen in the state of Texas? Have you seen that? Can you give us any examples of quote unquote institutions providing special benefits based on the color of one's skin, sex, color, ethnicity? Can you give me examples of any universities that have been doing that?
Well, I gave you my examples, but some of these provisions in the legislation, Senator West, I'm not waiting on an infraction to cover what is right and what is just. We are in session 141 days in the odd year, every other year, and then we leave.
So there is no example that you have. You're trying to do things prospectively? Is that what you're saying?
So the examples are more comprehensive that I mentioned. if you want any particulars, I think that better stated, without those remaining in the bill, our legislation would be lacking for what has been happening around the state, specific to Texas Tech as an example. We had a candidate for a faculty job in the biology sciences department flagged by the department's search committee for not knowing certain requirements within diversity statements. And because they were flagged within the department.
When you say they were flagged, what do you mean?
They were called to the mat. They were called out for not knowing what expectations were required in some of the hiring practices that are required within the department.
Okay, and so that's a special benefit?
Special benefits I already mentioned, right? I mean, special benefits would be perks tied to the job,
right?
That would be specific to.
And that's why I was asking you, do you have
someone on the basis of race, color, or ethnicity?
And I was asking you, did you have any specific examples of that? And I hadn't heard that you
ask and answer.
So, and I'm sorry, maybe it was my hearing. What did you say the answer was?
My answer, I gave different examples of benefits in the workplace. And you said you wanted an answer that was even more specific.
No. Then you misunderstood me. I may have said it clumsily. I'm saying, do you know of that happening in the state of Texas?
And then my answer was, I'm not waiting on a specific infraction to have as comprehensive of a bill as I can bring to the floor.
I do recall you saying that. Let me move on. Let me ask you this. If you notice in the first section of this bill, you list various categories influencing the hiring or employment practices at an institution with respect to race, sex, color, ethnicity, etc. Now, ironically, when you go to the section dealing with promoting differential treatment, you don't mention sex. Why is that?
There are many provisions at the bill that cover different categories.
No, I understand that. I'm just asking why section. Let me finish. When we say promoting differential treatment, you don't list sex as one of the categories, and I'm asking you why. You list it in the first section in terms of influence hiring, but when you get down to promoting differential treatment, you don't list it, and I'm asking you why.
I think your line of questioning is geared more towards protected class, but there's an or in those provisions, and so when provisions are separate, there's different categories for promoting policies or procedures designed to be implemented. Those provisions are different than the next provisions that are tied to conducting trainings. Trainings could be tied specific to the pronouns someone might use. For instance, at Dell Seton, at medical, there are specific trainings tied to the pronouns that you must use. And within those trainings, it's not only about pronouns, but the training is tied to sex and orientation. The training is tied specifically to race. And within the training, just down the street, at Dell Medical, employees are advised to where if they write the word black, it should be capitalized. If they write the word white, it should always be written.
I'm talking about sex right now. I'm not talking about race.
This is Central West. This is the point to where you would say, "Let me finish."
Okay, and you're right about that too. Okay, go ahead. Touché.
So in the training that's tied to pronouns, which ties specifically to sex within that provision, it covers race, it covers sex, it covers gender identity in those trainings. And within those trainings, as you're instructed to seek out and make no mistakes on preferred pronouns, it also instructs all employees at Dell Seton Medical When they write the word black, it must always be capitalized. When they write the word white with reference to race, it must always be lowercase.
Are you finished?
I can pause there. Go ahead.
Okay. Now let me go back to the question I asked.
Sex, orientation, right.
Why is it that in the second section, then with promoting differential treatment, you don't mention sex? I mean, in the first section, you mentioned in terms of influencing hiring or employment practices, you have several categories, correct? One of those categories is sex. But promoting differential treatment in the second section, you don't mention sex. And I'm just trying to figure out why take sex out if indeed we're trying to do all of this stuff with DEI and you list it in the first section in terms of influence and hiring, but you don't list it in the second section dealing with promoting differential treatment. And I'm just trying to figure out why.
Senator West, I believe you're asking me on the fifth iteration to make sure I'm consistent, and I respect that. So I'm going to try to be consistent. I think that what we're talking about in one provision is leaning more towards protected class. I think in the provision you're referencing related to training that mentions sex, we may have just some references to innate differences between men and women, such as pregnant women that may need special benefits.
Well, you talk about protected classes on both paragraphs. On both paragraphs have protected class language in them.
One provision is talking about hiring, the other is talking about training.
But both of them still have protected classes in it, correct?
They have protected classes in there.
Okay, but you would agree that sex is not in the other one.
The bill as written, whether you're interpreting or as a reasonable person would interpret it, the plain language of the bill speaks for itself.
Okay, and the plain language is that sex has been omitted from the second section. That's the plain language of it. But let me go on, because I think that we have, in terms of conducting training, do you have any problems with a university providing voluntary training as opposed to mandatory training for their staff, faculty, and students?
The bill specifically restricts against mandatory training as long as there is no mandatory training.
Okay.
Then you're in compliance with the bill. Now, of course, if any of us on this floor were applying for a position and the interviewer suggested that there was voluntary training tied to this position,
we'd like for you to take that voluntary training. Yeah, okay, I got you.
That in of itself would essentially be coercion towards participating in that voluntary training. So
okay, as long as it's in the spirit of the definition of voluntary, then it's okay. But if it's kind of a coercive voluntarism, then therein lies the problem. Correct?
I didn't say that. What I did say was a hypothetical based on your suggestion, but the bill itself restricts against mandatory training. Because in the end of the day, the mandatory training, the equitable outcomes that are the strategic goals within these DEI-related units all conflict with inclusivity. And when you conflict with inclusivity, you exclude some on behalf of others, you do not have equal opportunity for all.
All right, let's stop there. Again, I think I understand that as long as it's voluntary, it's okay. But if it's mandatory, then it's not. But I want to go back to what you just said. If a person believes that a university runs afoul and they've been disenfranchised because of the use of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or sex, how should they respond? Should they file a complaint with the university's president, with the Board of Regents? How should they respond?
There's a grievance process in every university, Senator West, and universities have counsel to handle those grievance processes.
Okay, so they use the formal grievance process, right?
That would be one avenue.
So if an African American or Latino believes they've been discriminated against, they need to go through that process, right?
There would be nothing wrong with that for sure. I mean, we've talked about reaffirming the Civil Rights Act of 1964, equal opportunity employment. We've talked about federal and state law being reaffirmed in this legislation. That's by implication anyway. That does not have to be stated in the bill, but just to have the intent from the author that those laws do and will continue to govern, and as we all seek a more diverse outcome, yes, if someone seeks redress through the legal system, if in some way they've been harmed, just as they would have prior to the uptick of these DEI departments being added to universities. They haven't always existed. Most of them have come in from 2016 on. They ramped up in 2020, and they continue to sort of bloat and expand in bureaucracy and in cost.
At all due respect, sir, there's no testimony in our record here in the state of Texas from any testimony that that's the case. The testimony that we've had before our committee is in terms of what they do in order to help students, number one, recruit students, number one. Number two, help departments that are dealing with issues of diversity that they're required to do, and in some instances in terms of grants that they're trying to receive from the National Science Foundation, the National Institute of Health. They get help from the DEI department in order to help them prepare statements that will be compliant with the proposal that's been put out by those agencies in order to get grants. Some like $4 billion worth of grants that we've talked about. And I know, and I appreciate you having an amendment that we're going to be considering that will deal with that particular issue. But I just want to make certain it's real clear that these officers are not just out there just on the Wild West trying to discriminate against people. Yes, there are some issues that need to be resolved, but we don't take a sledgehammer, just like we don't take a sledgehammer to everything that we do. Whether it's in Health and Human Services, education, finance, whatever the case may be. We try to identify the problem and fix the problem. And what we're doing here is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You've got the votes to do it. I understand it's a political priority, but the reality is I don't think it's a good idea for us to throw the baby out with the bathwater, especially when it's this department, members, that other departments in the universities are going to in order to get assistance with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it's foolhardy of us to think, Senator, that an education for our students should not include diversity, equity, and inclusion. Everyone in this country is moving in that direction. Everyone in this world is moving in that direction. And for not to have a department that's focused on that in order to benefit our students, I think it's foolhardy. Now, are there some things that shouldn't be done? Correct, and we need to correct those things. But I know the votes are here in order to do it, so it is what it is. What I do appreciate, and let's just talk about this for a few minutes, in terms of an NCAA Division I, are you aware that the NCAA Division I requires diversity, equity, and inclusion compliance? Are you aware of that?
I don't have the same information on the NCAA, Senator West.
Okay. Well, based on the research that I've done, it says failure to complete an equity, diversity, and inclusion review at least once every 4 years shall subject an institution to a penalty pursuant to a penalty structure and timeline maintained by the Strategic Vision and Planning Committee. So they talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, but we're talking about doing away with our diversity, equity, and inclusion office. So just members, as you vote on this, recognize that we put this type of program in jeopardy also because we no longer want to use the words diversity, equity, and inclusion.
And I do not agree with that statement,
Okay.
Senator West.
Why don't you agree with it?
I think, as always on this floor with legislation that we're considering, I think details matter. And the NCAA does not require a diversity, equity, and inclusion office at member institutions. the NCAA requires members to submit a diversity review every 4 years, but the NCAA states plainly on its website, this review is not subject to formal NCAA assessment or approval, and it is not required that a member use any specific format to complete a review.
Well, I guess there's a difference in opinion based on my research. It uses diversity, equity, inclusion. Okay. And I mean, it is what it is, and members can make up their own mind based on that. I'll just leave it at that. But we do understand that young students, young athletes that are going to Texas, A&M, and these other schools are looking at us right now as it relates to whether or not they're going to be going into a hostile or friendly environment. Both A&M and Texas have had problems with their images. They want to make certain they have the best athletic programs. But when we do things like this, Senator, what we do is give them pause for concern. And just like many other students, they decide to go out of state where they feel more inviting. It's the perception that we're doing right now. Because you can be assured this is going to be a front page story. It'll be probably on every station. And students, I know in my senatorial district, are looking at us. And so the question is, how do we tell those students that we invite you to Texas, A&M, Texas Tech? When we send signals out like this, diversity, equity, inclusion is not something that we want to have at least as part of an institutional structure. How do we do that?
I think with the passage of this legislation, Senator West, that we will invite, not deter, more students and more faculty especially to consider our flagship institutions to be on a path seeking more diversity. So let me tell you why.
Please do.
For the Asian American student athlete that you mentioned, for the DEI department at Texas A&M University to exclude Asian Americans,
which is a mistake. But we make certain that they don't do that. Not take down the whole program, Senator.
Senator West, I mean, yes, there's a concession on the fact that that was a mistake, but you just asked about a signal. And what does that signal to our Asian American potential applicants for professor positions? And also, the bill doesn't cover student athletes, but you mentioned student athletes. What does it signal to Asian American athletes that one of our flagship institutions completely excluded them as what would be a category for a historically marginalized minority group from the DEI efforts and strategic plan? How in the world could that be possible?
Can I respond? I think it sends the wrong signal, just as what we're doing today is sending the wrong signal. I think that what we fix it, just like anything else we do, we use surgery in order to deal with specific issues, whether it be taxes and all of those other things that we've been dealing with this session, Health and Human Services. We go in and we fix the problem as opposed to throwing out the whole baby with the bathwater, if I can use that, because that's what we're doing. And so we're sending the wrong signal. We're sending the right signal to Asian students if they know that we're committed to fixing that problem. We're sending the wrong signal to all other students when we say the very department responsible for these issues, we're now saying we're going to do away with them. And then we end up with the same system we've had over these many years. Different departments trying to figure out what's going on, as opposed to having one central location with a defined purpose, goal, where all departments within that institution would be able to go to. And to the extent that there's a problem with that department, we fix that problem, not throw the entire department out. And that's what you're doing here, sir.
Senator West, our success is not tied to these DEI units. And members, I know that many members today will make impassioned pleas based on the nomenclature, right? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. We all share a united goal to strive for more diversity. But what we are not seeing through these DEI units and departments is, number one, that they are operating in an inclusive manner, and number two, that they are showing results. If we do not have DEI departments anymore, it doesn't take us backwards on pursuing diversity. Members, one of the most diverse universities in the state of Texas, Texas Women's University, doesn't have a DEI department. So these arguments, these impassioned pleas, these arguments tied to nomenclature with the implications that it's either incompetent or misguided or even hateful to talk about something that once tainted needs to be changed.
Okay.
It's not accurate.
All right, now, Mr. Chairman, have you, as a chair of higher education, higher education, brought us any quote unquote quantitative, qualitative results of what DEI programs are doing in the state of Texas? And if so, what were those results?
Senator West and members, I hope you'll hear me out on this answer. The University of Texas at Austin, under the last 10 years of efforts tied to diversity, equity, and inclusion, saw African American faculty only increase by 1.5%, Hispanics by 2%, and Asians by 1.96%. At Texas State University, African American faculty increased 2.5%, Hispanic faculty increased 1.76%, Asian faculty increased almost 6%. At Texas Tech University, African American faculty increased 0.28%, Hispanic faculty increased 1.9%, Asian faculty hirings increased 0.77%. At U of H, consistent. At UNT, consistent. And at A&M, less in every category. Loyalty oaths, diversity statements required, mandatory trainings, all things wrapped up in the Baylor University nationally revered study that was published in 2018. In every category, universities that have hired a chief diversity officer have lost ground with hiring faculty from minority communities.
No, Senator.
And I'll wrap up. In the Harvard study that was published just 2 years before that. And members, what are we doing with these faculty members as we hire and seeking more diversity? We're sending them into the classroom to teach. And when we send them into the classroom to teach, and they teach microaggressions, and they teach victimhood, and they teach ways to protest and petition, when they teach these things and then they send those students out into the corporate workforce, we end up with a Harvard study that was just published that says in the corporate world that mandatory diversity trainings have caused a decline in diversity in corporate C-suite and upper-level hiring practices. And then that same Harvard study, which was backed up by the University of Tel Aviv, that went through every single one of the metrics used in the Harvard study to dispute it, confirmed every single one of the metrics and its findings. The University of Tel Aviv produced results that does increase hiring in the corporate sector in a more diverse outcomes. So there's not just complaints, there are solutions. And for one, I would like to pursue solution-oriented objectives.
Can I go back to the question I asked you now? The question
Absolutely,
was,
which
the
is
question,
you,
the
you
question
asked
was the
me
question.
about findings
No, I don't
as
do
the
respect.
chair
I don't do
of
respect.
Senate
I asked you for
Education.
quantitative and qualitative
These
results.
are quantitative.
Here in the state of Texas.
Yes.
Here in the state of Texas.
Members, please don't talk. You both have been doing an excellent job of presenting your views. Don't talk over each other so we can hear each other. Thank you.
Okay. I asked you for qualitative and quantitative results here in the state of Texas. You came out with Tel Aviv and Harvard and Baylor. I'm saying quantitative results. And then here's the piece. It never ceases to amaze me that when you start talking about the results as it relates to faculty members and things like that, they're now, universities are making it looks like an honest effort to bring in more faculty members, and they're using their DEI offices as a part of the solution in order to do that. And now you want to, with this particular bill, say, no, you can't use that office in order to increase the very statistics that you just quoted as it relates to the lack of, Senator, minorities, faculty members here on the various university staff. I wish I could have wrote down every statistic that you talked about, because you're right. And I've been here 30 years and we've had the same problem. But it appears as though using DEI and have a central location in order to deal with these issues, correcting the problems of the office, may very well be a logical solution in order to deal with these issues. So those persons standing on this floor 10 years from now won't have to have the same discussions, and we'll have a diverse faculties at our universities and diverse student bodies. And when you start talking about microaggression and things like that, are you saying that faculty members teach that to college students? Is that what you were saying? Surely you're not saying that.
I'm saying that, and I'm saying professors in Texas have been terminated for speaking against the teaching and the propaganda related to exactly those categories, yes.
All right, that's a new one for me. I know that there have been some issues, or at least some statements about it happening in schools, not universities. Okay. I know that.
And Senator West, I used the qualitative and quantitative statistical answers related to Texas universities before I went into the studies that back them up. That was your question. I've tried to give a well-rounded answer, qualitative, quantitative, and study-based.
You almost got there, okay?
Almost.
Not quite, okay? Because when I said qualitative, what you did is talked about the lack of diversity. Am I correct?
I'm talking in the lack of diversity, and you're correct. I'm talking about the lack of performance with DEI units and offices. We haven't always had these, right? So if before DEI units and offices, we are no better off now, yet we have stigma-based negatives. I'm saying you and I together can find solutions, and the media will never report this that I'm saying, but I'm saying you and I together can find better. We can find better progress, better structures, better strategies. We can use the $7 million in University of Texas personnel-based DEI salaries for outreach into the communities for the students we need to bring in the most.
$7 billion?
$7 million.
A million. I thought you said billion.
There's lots of billions flying around this session. I
know there are. You know, but, so let me ask you this. Would you consider this deal, as opposed to doing away with these offices? Let me back up. Here's my predicate to you. I don't know how long these offices have been a part of the universities that they're currently located in. I don't know how they've been staffed. If you have a DEI office with one person, as opposed to adequate staff, it's altogether different. You would agree with that. What about a transition period, as opposed to, at this point, this bill passed, we just do away with them all together? A transition period that would measure the effectiveness with a sunset based on the effectiveness of the program, as opposed to just saying we should shut them down. What about making certain that we use this surplus to make certain that these offices are adequately staffed, number one. Number two, that the issues that we need to address, we address that, number two. And then measure the qualitative and the qualitative performance, as we do in many instances with other institutions. What do you think about that idea?
Senator West, you know, to that end, if you and I had a company together and that company had 14 positions in management and 11 of those 14 were vice presidents, and just one of those vice presidents had 18 upper level managers and officers under his or her discretion, and we were putting $7 million a year into payroll for a total of 379 employees, all with the task of accomplishing the same goal. And the statistics year after year after year on performance were stagnant or going backwards. I would say that that company was just not cutting it. So how would we revise? How would we reform? How would we rename? But would it be successful as opposed to going a different direction? And I think that's what we're talking about here today.
So you don't like my ideas, is that what you're saying?
I think your ideas are promising and with so much more merit than you might give me credit for acknowledging.
This has been great working with you, not only on this, but other issues also. But what I'm saying to you, why don't we do a sunset of it and then put in performance measurements like we do all the time, senators? We put in place performance measures. When we do sunset, we put in place what we want to see these agencies do. Why don't we do the same thing here? You talk about the staffing over there at UT. I can't dispute that because I just don't know. But the question is, what are they charged? What are their responsibilities? And whether or not they're carrying it out. We use sunset in order to measure that. That's what we do. So I'm thinking that most of us would probably agree that we could put a sunset provision in for DEI-related activities or offices, as long as we charge them with the responsibilities to carry out different things and give them the resources in order to do it. I think that's an excellent compromise to make certain that your goals and my goals and probably most of our goals are met. And I'm just trying to get your response to what you think about that.
Senator, with the data that we have before us on performance, with the test questions that we've had made available to us just this week, I don't know how we can wait another week, another month, another year. I don't know how we can wait any longer when the brand of our flagship universities is at stake and the entire world is watching. We have to pursue a different route on our aligned goal to achieve diversity. We have to pursue a different route on our aligned goal for equal dignity to all. But we have to go a different route than diversity, equity, and inclusion units and the damage and destruction that they are doing to our universities in Texas.
The damage and destruction. You know,
the brand.
I really believe, I believe you really believe that. By the way, Texas Women's University, does have a DEI office, by the way. Sir, this strategy is not included in terms of coming up with this idea about closing down DEI offices, and you're professing to want to make this great change, and the whole world is looking. You're right, they are looking. That's why we're on the floor right now with this issue. And I hate being on the floor with this issue once again. Once again. But you, sir, and those of you that want to do away with the DEI office, you've not asked this African-American man or any Latino in here what we think the solution is. You've not incorporated any of our input into your decision-making process, but you've come up with the perfect solution for diversity and inclusion, and equity and inclusion in the state. But we hadn't had any input into the process. How does that make any sense? You, as a very experienced, seasoned attorney, how does that make any sense at all, not saying, listen, I think this is a problem, what do you think about it, and us coming up with a joint bill to address the issue as opposed to having this vitriol on this particular issue once again? How does that make any sense?
Senator West, when you say that I have not included you in the solution, we've had public hearings in the Higher Education Subcommittee. We've had public hearings in the at-large Senate Education Committee where you and I sit right next to each other. And isn't it correct, as you mentioned before, that you and I both have had many conversations about the merit or the concept of review, reform, revise, or remove?
Sir?
You and I both have talked about solutions and working on solutions going forward. That is irrefutable.
Sir, let me refute it then, okay? The issue concerning doing away with DEI was already cast before we got in session, okay? All of us knew that that was going to be an issue this session. And what I'm saying to you is, as opposed to sitting down prior to session and saying, this is a problem, and then making certain that with members with specificity, we looked at the problems and figured out how to solve them. We didn't have input in this process in terms of what the solution would be. And frankly, you know, no, I'm not going to say that. It's disingenuous, sir, to think that we should be on the floor supporting something where we hadn't had any input into deciding what the solution should be. It was already cast, Senator. You already knew that we were going to have a DEI bill and do away with DEI officers, correct? Wasn't this already cast? Tell me whether or not it was already a foregone conclusion that DEI would be on the chopping block.
Senator West, I'm back again as education chair on subjects like tenure and top 10% and so many other issues that I did not successfully achieve in advancing the policy to the governor's desk this session. This is my first session to advance policies related to DEI. We don't know, or we are not guaranteed of any outcome in the 100 steps it takes to pass a bill.
Are you serious?
So as I advance something that's important to me, what I really would like is to refocus and reevaluate why we're on the floor with this subject today. Look at the data, the lack of progress, our united goals for diversity going forward. And I would sincerely ask you and many others to consider right now reevaluating your opposition and changing to support. And when you change to support, I will commit to you on tomorrow to sit down at the table that you mentioned and that you suggest to work on solutions going forward. And I know that you trust that I, in a genuine manner, on that commitment, will be very dedicated to working together with you on the solutions that we need. But these programs are tainted. They're not producing. They're somewhat exclusive in many categories. They're leading to litigation right now against 6 different Texas medical schools. They're going to be extremely expensive, and they're not producing results for diversity. I will commit to you for solutions.
Senator, I think that you're very honest in what you just said. But being here for as many years as I've been here, I would be more comfortable with you laying this on the table and for us sitting down and seeing whether we could work out something that involves the input of senators that are going to, whose, frankly, their ethnicities are going to be impacted by this deal. Because again, at all due respect, you're sitting up here saying that we've had a lack of progress I agree with you. But the question is that a result of DEI officers? Is that the result of DEI officers being properly funded? The fact is that, and I'm not going to go over this again, but the reality is that it appears that some of the DEI officers are starting to work in the right direction. Yes, there are problems that need to be dealt with. But again, I hadn't had any input. Has Senator Zaffarini had any input into this? Has any of the members that normally deal with educational issues, did any of us have any input in deciding what's the best way to tackle increasing diversity, equity, and inclusion in this state? No, we hadn't, sir. But if you're honest, and which I think you are, then I'd ask you to put this on the table. Let's sit down. I'll spend as much time as you want. I know others will do the same thing. Spend as much time as necessary to get to the point where we need to get on this particular deal. Would you agree to do that?
Senator West, I'm not going to set the bill aside. You and I both know I've worked with you on perfecting amendments, and I think some very good additions to clarify intention in the bill. But setting the bill aside, that is not something as the author that I'm willing to do today.
In my closing questions to you, sir, and I understand the point, but again, if indeed this is an honest effort to increase diversity and inclusion in the state of Texas, then we should be at the table trying to make certain that, again, 10 years from now, legislators that are sitting on this floor don't have to have the same debate. And so I appreciate your response to my questions. And in terms of the perfecting amendments, yes, members, we've worked on some amendments that I think address some of the issues, and maybe not all of them, but they do address some of the issues. And as a result of that, I pulled down several of the amendments that I had planned to talk to you about and see whether I could get your support.
Thank you, Senator West. I'm committed to continuing to work with you. Always appreciate your expertise, your experience in this body, and we sit side by side on the Education Committee, and I'm very thankful for that. I'm certainly continue to work with you on reforms in our universities as we go forward.
And I'm hoping that this doesn't be a 19-12 partisan vote.
I'm hoping that I swayed your consideration and turned your vote to support, Senator West.
Thank you, Senator West. Very respectful, robust discussion. Thank both of you. I do want to remind everyone, and I'm going to give everyone all the leeway you need, but we spent a little over an hour. I have 8 more people who wish to speak, so if we cannot repeat questions would be helpful. But I'll stay as long as it takes, but I just want each of you to know there are a lot of people. If we do an hour apiece, some members won't be speaking till about 9 o'clock tonight or 10 tonight, but that's okay. If we're here all night, that's fine too. But I'm going to give you all the leeway you want. Senator Hancock, what purpose?
Attached to author a few questions.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Yes, thanks, Senator Creighton. Thanks for your research, the work you've done. And are you aware that your information regarding Texas Women's University, TWU, was accurate when it comes to the staff, the university, not having a DEI program?
Senator Hancock, I felt like that was accurate. I'm glad that you're mentioning. I think that as far as the DEI office on Texas Women's University, there's not anything faculty or administrative supported.
Correct. Are you aware that Senator West is also correct that there is a student-funded, a student-run DEI program on the university that is separate and apart from the staff or the university itself?
I was not aware of that. I'm really tied specifically to public tax dollars and how they're used for these different departments.
Right, and Senator Creighton, it actually brings me to my next point, is they do not have a DEI program sponsored by the university for the staff, as we see in some of the other campuses. Are you aware that they still receive federal funding?
They absolutely receive federal funding, and they may be the most diverse university in the state of Texas as far as faculty and student body.
And my history working with higher education, excellent leadership there, obviously very diverse, and I would guess probably the most diverse from a staffing and obviously a student standpoint. And so there was some confusion in the discussion between Senator West and yourself, talking about the billions of dollars we have from federal government and kind of alluding to the fact that if we didn't have these on-campus DEI programs, we might lose that federal funding. I just want to point out that TWU and the history we had with them shows that you do not have to have this type of set up on campus in order to improve and lead in diversity and receive federal funding, because I think there was some confusion in your discussion. So are you aware that you cannot have one and still have the other regarding federal funding? And that's proven through the history of TWU.
Absolutely, as well as that ties into federal anti-discrimination laws and other things that make sure that that is actually accurate in the case. And as we see, even in states like California that have constitutional bans against affirmative action, there is no disruption in their federal grant funding. There's no disruption in their accreditation. So I think some of these arguments are based on fear, and I appreciate you clarifying.
Thank you, Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Senator Hancock.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Miles, you're recognized. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Quite a few questions to the author,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Do you yield? Senator Creighton, do you yield?
I yield, yes.
Thank you. Senator Creighton, you and I have had some extensive conversation on SB 17. I want to thank you for allowing myself and Senator Menendez to be a part of the hearing that went on, Mr. President, till 2 in the morning. And I felt like I was part of the committee, so I want to thank you for that.
It was a better hearing because you were there.
Thank you, thank you. And I appreciate and was very tuned in to your opening statement, your layout, Senator Creighton. You mentioned in your layout that hiring should be colorblind, am I correct? And not based on race, sex, etc. Those were your exact words in your layout. Do you recall?
That's exactly right. That's consistent with Supreme Court holdings.
But Senator Creighton, reality is, and it seems like I'm always talking about reality when I get on the mic, the reality of it is that's why we had to have the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Because it was not equal. Affirmative action and other policies had to be put in place because it has not been colorblind and it has not been equal. And, I can't understand how any one of us or anybody in this chamber can expect for us to have the same run by the same set of rules and expect us, Senator West, to consider everything equal when we didn't start at the same place. And I worry about how this bill is going to be interpreted and implemented by colleges and other universities. I think Senator West said the exact thing, and I've been saying it to you and been saying it to my colleagues. Perception is everything. And we don't live in a perfect world. We'd like to think that, but we don't. The penalty of being ineligible to receive state funds, if found in violation of this bill, is very, very steep. The bill also prohibits the entity of the university from developing DEI practices that influence hiring. But I'm concerned universities will go beyond that, Senator Creighton, when implementing this bill. It's already started. You know, I think you and I had this conversation. When DEI first came out several months ago, we had some schools in that Texas A&M system take the Juneteenth holiday off their websites after they were introduced and told about DEI. So yes, I'm concerned, Senator Creighton. I'm concerned about how far SB 17 will allow some of the universities to go, some of the systems to go. And I'm concerned about the perception of Senate Bill 17 as it relates to Hispanic, African American, Asian, little kids that want to go to these big universities or even want to teach at some of these universities. So for the next few minutes that you and I get this time together, Senator Creighton, let's just break down SB 17. Is that okay?
That's okay.
Okay. First and the most simple question, the most glaring question is, what specific issue do you think SB 17 is going to actually address and solve?
Well, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, Senator Miles, and I'm glad you asked, I think it's worth mentioning again. I think that what we're seeing as an example through these DEI units across the country, when you compare what's happening in California, but yet that's not good enough, right? I mean, we need to look at what's happening right here in Texas. The requirements that are growing and growing for loyalty oaths are creating a chilling effect on free speech. And we all share in our goal for increasing diversity. We all share in an aligned goal for equal opportunity. We all share in an aligned goal for dignity for all. But at the same time, if loyalty oaths, if diversity statements are forced upon applicants that are considering working for our Texas universities, some of the best universities in the world, and they just see the sign that's indicated by those diversity statements being required, the sign says, if you have a dissenting opinion, there is no need to apply here. And we cannot have an environment on our Texas public university campuses where that is the case. That is the last place that should be tolerated, especially by legislators that are appropriating public tax dollars to those universities, because at the end of the day, that is, by its very nature, exclusive. And if you compel speech rather than fostering free speech, you cannot have equal opportunity. If your opinion is that we have to have equity and it's okay to discriminate if we achieve equity, then ultimately that is de facto racism, which none of us will tolerate, right? Together as we stand against it. So as Senator West and I had a very good exchange, I think we all want greater results. I think that the evaluation of this bill and the strategy that we're taking is a disagreement on how to reach those results.
So in hearing that, Senator Creighton, could you provide an example of the types of diversity and inclusion expenditures that would be permissible if this bill was enacted into law? Could you understand my question?
Yeah.
So what should we expect if this bill is passed into law?
Well, Senator West, I don't have a lot of examples.
I'm Senator Miles. That's the other
Senator
black
Miles,
guy.
excuse me. I've got Royce on my mind because he just put me through the ringer. Senator Miles, I don't have a lot of examples, but just this chart alone that shows 379 employees in the diversity and community engagement departments at the University of Texas at an aggregate salary of $7 million a year. If that alone could be channeled, Senator Miles, into outreach for 3,000 African American and Latino top 10% or better high school students from last year that did not seek a path towards higher education, I think that would be a victory for you and I together to share as we marshaled and redeployed those very scarce resources on behalf of who needs it the most. Because right now, Senator Miles, we have a 2-to-1, a 3-to-1, a sometimes 5-to-1 ratio on DEI employees compared to employees on our Texas University campuses that are specifically charged to take care of students with special needs. And that is egregious because the results of one are not there and the resources for the other are not adequate. So your question is, how would we marshal some of those resources and use them for a better result? That's an example that I would offer to you today in asking you to consider changing your vote to support.
Okay, Senator Creighton. Senator Creighton, can you try to walk with me here?
Yes.
Can you understand why I'm worried and why I have concern about SB 17 intimidating colleges and universities to possibly go beyond the four corners of this bill? I mean, it's already started with the removal of Juneteenth on his website, and we haven't even passed the bill. So can you understand my concerns of once this bill is passed, where does it stop? What's the possibilities? What could possibly be the nightmares that we'll be faced with universities taking matters into their own hands and once SB 17 is passed? Can you fathom it a little bit? Can you understand where I'm coming from on that one?
Senator Miles, I think the best thing that we could do in our districts and on the campuses of these universities is for you and I to visit together in both at the same time and explain exactly what this bill does and does not do. And together we have the opportunity to fan the flames of fear, or we have the opportunity to calm, suggest reform, bring solutions, explain alternatives, and achieve diversity.
And my simple comment in response to that, Senator Creighton, once again, in a perfect world. Senator Creighton, what's preventing a university from applying the DEI band to their admission policies, much like what Texas A&M did? Is there anything in Senate Bill 17 to prevent that from happening? Yes or no?
Senate Bill 17 is about hiring practices for faculty. Senator Miles, it's not about admissions. We have obviously Supreme Court decisions that are pending related to affirmative action and admissions that we are all eager to see exactly how those rulings are handed down, what those holdings explain. But this bill, as consistent with 8,000 other bills before us this session, has 4 corners on each page, and these corners of each page are limited to hiring practices, not to expanding into admissions policies. The bill, by provision, it specifically exempts admissions from consideration.
I'm going to take that as, I know you're familiar with what happened at Texas A&M once this issue came up, so I know you're familiar with it. And by your answer, I'm just going to take that as a no. There's nothing in SB 17 to prevent it from taking place as it took place at Texas A&M. So a university...
Senator Miles, the bill has the federal anti-discrimination protections and state. So if there's anything out of bounds related to discrimination, the bill most certainly speaks to it by reaffirming our obligations to follow federal and state law.
Well, thank you. So now your answers are yes for SB 17 having something in it to prevent that from happening.
In several categories, we exempt admissions, and we
I
also...
just asked a yes or no, but I'll accept your yes. I'll accept your yes.
Did I get your yes vote on the bill, or you're just saying my yes to...
That SB 17 has something preventing what happened at A&M from happening at other universities.
The bill is...
And stretching this all the way to admissions.
The bill is comprehensive. It actually prevents a few things from happening at A&M, right? When the Asian Americans faculty applicants were excluded from the DEI process, the bill prevents that as well. The bill prevents a lot of transgressions against those that otherwise would receive equal dignity by removing DEI departments.
Simply put, Senator Creighton, when this came out, they took it upon themselves at Texas A&M to interpret this, to include admissions. And that's what I was speaking of earlier. Is there anything in here to prevent university systems from going beyond the 4 corners of the page, as I said? And I'm just simply looking for a yes or a no.
Asked and answered.
Both ways, I got it. Senator Creighton, what is your definition of influencing as used in Section 2 of this bill?
Senator Miles, Senator West, and I had an exchange related.
I'm not Senator West. I'm Senator Miles. I just want to know.
I said Senator Miles, Senator West, and I
I'm asking the same question because I've got somewhere to go with that.
It was a really good answer. If you'll let me lead in the way I choose, as you lead in the way you choose.
So, duly noted.
So the definition related to influence is tied to, as an example, the loyalty oaths or the diversity statements that are required by a growing number of DEI departments and units when considering the application of a professor that would like to teach at that particular university. Those loyalty oaths or those diversity statements are politically charged, and they have a chilling effect on free speech. So influence means that through that hiring process, that is out of bounds and outside the scope of what the bill would allow once codified.
So can you give me an example of influencing that took place in any one of the universities that... Can you speak of any examples?
Senator Miles, I've got some examples that we can cover.
I just want 1 or 2, Senator Creighton. I'm not asking for too much, I hope.
For these particular loyalty oaths, DEI is using them as a political agenda, not as a program to follow civil rights law. There's an example at Texas Tech of the same. Applicants can be eliminated for saying, "Treat all students equally." Applicants can be eliminated for saying meritocracy, hiring based on merit. Applicants can be excluded for saying colorblind. Applicants can be excluded for saying best qualified.
And all that took place at the University of Texas Tech, is that correct?
An example through an investigation at Texas Tech University. Look, Senator Miles, we're using examples of our public universities in Texas. That's not my favorite thing to do, right? We're having a tough conversation on this floor. We've mentioned several universities. All of these universities are some of the best in the world, and we will continue to bolster them, support them, and enjoy the fact that they have built a brand with their incredible faculty, administrators, and leadership, and their regents that are second to none. But at the end of the day, the painful part of our oversight is that we have to continue to look at things within those universities because public dollars are used. We have to continue to look at practices that may not be working for all. And so we have a balance. We have a balance to protect the brand of the institution by talking about some of the tough days. And we talk a lot on this floor about history, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We talk quite a bit about the present in our state budget. It's incredible to work on Senate Finance because it gives us a snapshot into the Texas we have today. And on the Education Committee, it gives us an incredible view into the Texas we all expect for tomorrow. But talking about some of these things that require change is very necessary, even though it's not our favorite thing to do. So yes, that's an example of a Texas Tech investigation.
Texas Tech investigation. So is it safe for me to say, Senator Creighton, that through DEI, it's your belief that some races have received advantages? Is that a safe statement to say? Is that something you believe? That through DEI, that some races have received advantages?
I think through the faculty hiring statistics that I offered that we saw some in the positive category over the last 10 years, in the 0.28% category, in the 1.16% new hires category, in the 2.58% category. Those are technically positives. They are extremely underwhelming in what we would all expect for increasing the diversity in our faculty hiring efforts, because those numbers are so low. And in some universities, we went backwards under DEI units and lost ground with our minority faculty hiring. So has it helped some and not others? Because there are positives, I would have to say yes, that has to be the case. Because some of those people got hired.
Just so I understand, you're stating that going backwards is a positive thing in some instances. Did I understand that correct?
No.
Okay. So you're saying that those low numbers are positive things?
They'd have to be considered a positive because they're in the growth category. And some of the numbers are in the decline category. It's a reach to even say those numbers of faculty hiring in specific categories are still defined as positive because they are such low positives. That's my point.
And I still haven't got an answer to my question. Do you think that any race has taken advantage, has been shown an advantage through DEI?
The way I attempted to answer your question is that for those that were hired in those low increased categories, it was a positive for them. They left a lot of other people behind.
So have you given any thought, Senator Creighton, to what's going to happen to those positive backward numbers without DEI?
I think the chilling effect in the increase in required diversity statements and loyalty oaths, I think the removal of those through the DEI departments, I think the demand that those that apply sign up under the ideology that they agree with equity instead of equality for all. In other words, they agree with equal outcomes leveling up. I think some are uncomfortable with signing up for some of those concepts, and because of that chilling effect, just like we saw at the University of California, Berkeley, 76% of the applicants chose not to advance. So there can be a negative from continuing DEI. There can be a serious negative that we're already seeing and quantifying through the practices of diversity statements required. And some of the mandatory trainings in universities and in the corporate world, based on the studies I have, is driving diversity outcomes down.
And that's a great place to close this section out with this question. Sir Creighton, what's going to happen when there's a significant drop in women, people of color, and other minority positions of power at universities due to SB 17? What happens then? So when the numbers really start to decline, what do we do then?
Well, this bill is about hiring professors. And what we see from the Baylor study is that DEI equals no significant results for minority-based hiring for universities. So if we remove the DEI units, that study and its findings will reverse, and we will see an uptick because of the chilling effect of those professors that may not agree politically with the loyalty oath of what they're expected to sign up for. They will in turn reapproach and apply for the job that the study says they are otherwise chilled from approaching. And separate from that, the Harvard study says the same thing about the corporate world.
And Senator Creighton, when that doesn't happen, then what?
That's what you and I are tasked with in this chamber, to work together for solutions that are working, because this example of DEI units in Texas today is not working. So the only way we could fail the public even more miserably is to continue to fund them and continue to keep something that is not working for all, to keep something that's under the nomenclature of diversity and inclusion, yet it is working in an exclusive way. That is how you and I together fail the public.
Senator Creighton, when you and I have said this to each other many a times, so I take it in the spirit that I'm giving it. We're going to agree to disagree respectfully. Let's move on to some funding issues. Secretary, I'm also worried about how this bill could affect the cost of college tuition in the state of Texas. Let's take example, two universities in Texas, example UT, where I think you earned your degree, and the University of Houston that sits in my district. Senator Creighton, do you know what portion of UT Austin's total budget state funds account for?
Not offhand, Senator Miles.
It's roughly 10%, or $33 million. And the University of Houston's operating budget, source funds, roughly 19% from the state, $53.7 million. So if a university is found to be in violation of the provisions in SB 17, and they lose state funding, are you okay with defunding a public university like your alma mater, UT?
Well, Senator Miles, we talked about how Texas Women's University is the most diverse in the state. We talked about how they only have a student-run DEI office. If they are not by administration or faculty or state dollar funding a DEI office, then they are still receiving dollars without penalty. If you go to the federal level and you expand to just all universities in the state, it would be certainly a conflict with state and federal law to punish our universities for. Go ahead and let me know what you're holding up.
Now, I want you to finish, Senator Creighton.
It would certainly be a violation of the law that I would expect many on our behalf would litigate if there were some sort of a reprisal through grants or through accreditation. What particular funding are you talking about losing?
I'm talking about research funding. I'm talking about, and just a clarification, Senator Hancock was absolutely correct. They have a student council, a Diverse Equity Inclusion Council. That's correct. That's run by students, which is absolutely correct. And they don't have an official DEI, but they have something called a Diversity Inclusion Outreach, which is run by the university. So they actually have something which is very similar, and they refer to it as basically, it's not a DEI, but it's a DIO. And they're charged with promoting diversity, which is expressed in many forms, including race, ethnicity, gender identity, sex orientation, socioeconomic status, and language. And that is run by the university, but it's not considered a DEI, it's considered a DIO. How are these universities going to make up for the shortfall in research when a lot of their research grants specifically say they have to have a DEI program in place to receive these federal funding?
Senator Miles, as we've discussed, the bill maintains requirements already enshrined in federal law. Whatever information universities collect would still be consistent with what the feds require. Texas is and will remain one of the top states for research and cutting-edge advancements. Our ability to recruit top researchers and federal grants to support that research will be consistent. Faculty research is completely exempt from the bill, so research grants are unaffected in that category. I think all in all, we will be covered as far as grants and research-oriented efforts are concerned.
Senator Creighton, I want to thank you again for allowing me to take part in the hearing, which went on till 2 a.m. I hope that you recall one witness that came from the University of Texas that stated to us in that hearing that over 70% of the research dollars that University of Texas was receiving was coming from federal dollars, that they would have to do it without a DEI. Do you remember that testimony?
I think that was speculation.
Oh, okay, speculation. So let me close this section out with this question. And I hate to put you on the spot like this. Are you okay with public universities possibly having to raise their tuition to cover the shortfalls that may come from Senate Bill 17?
Senator Miles, we put 14 to 16 to 18 billion dollars a biennium into our public universities. With regard to all the conversations that we've talked about today, tied to our flagships, I don't think that any of us need a reminder on how they benefit from the PUF and the funds that are coming in to that fund. Separate from that, with Chairman Huffman's landmark legislation related to creating a new fund to help our emerging and Tier 1 universities continue to climb with additional funding with that endowment. All in all, no, I'm not concerned with state or federal funding that's coming into our universities at the levels that those dollars are being deployed.
Okay. Yeah, Senator West, in y'all's lively back and forth conversation, debate, mentioned that the University of Texas and Texas A&M had some perception issues or some problems with their imaging. And the question I have is, why should Texas prohibit DEI initiatives when there have been decades of evidence that demonstrate that DEI policies and programs help to facilitate compliance with federal anti-discrimination laws? I mean, it would seem to me, Senator Creighton, that in Texas, the University of Texas and Texas A&M, that we would be doing everything to assist them with the perception and the imaging issues that they've suffered with over the years as it relates to minority students, and hiring. So you don't see the question there?
Restate, please.
Why would we want to use everything in our toolbox to show the true Texas?
I think that what you and I are saying as a potential solution going forward, if this bill passes, it would be much closer than you think. Marshaling the resources that we're currently investing for the outcomes that are not producing diversity and inclusion, and using those resources in better practices that would achieve diversity and inclusion is something that we agree on and something that we will work together to continue to strive for. And we will be successful.
Okay, and let me start wrapping this up because I'm sure there's other people, as Lieutenant Governor said. And I just want to know if my staff brought this to my attention. I thought I'd bring it to you for a point of clarification. On page 2 of SB 17, line 39, the bill states that the university cannot require any person to participate in diversity, equity, and inclusion training. It says if they do require training, it must be developed by an attorney and approved by the university's general counsel or the attorney general's office. It must be for the purpose of complying with the court orders, state and federal laws. Roughly, and then I start thinking, well, roughly 75% of general counsels in the U.S. are white, and 61.5 are men. African Americans only comprise less than 6% of general counsels. This nationwide data is consistent with Texas colleges and universities for general counsels, Senator Creighton. Is it not important to ensure a group of individuals with diverse perspectives participate in the development and implementation of training programs or activities seeking to improve diversity? I mean, how are you going to tell me, a black man that lives in the state of Texas, more about diversity than you think that I already know? That's basically what that question is saying. If there's only 6.5, less than 6% of African Americans that are general counsel, I can't imagine what the Hispanic number looks like. But I'm going to have to rely on a majority of African American white men to tell me and to help write the statutes and the training programs for diversities, and what should be considered inclusive, of our universities in the state of Texas.
The provision, Senator Miles, requires the development of training in those categories to be accomplished by an attorney and approved by general counsel of the university. I would be the last person to assume that those individuals would not be qualified, but the bill does not preclude the attorney drafting the trainings process or the general counsel for the university. The bill does not preclude those individuals from seeking advice, from seeking expertise, from leaning on others while they put those training regimens together. The bill does not preclude that, but I also would not assume that those individuals are not competent because of potentially the color of their skin. Again, this bill on hiring practices is colorblind and gender neutral. And based on merit, I would assume the university is hiring the brightest minds in the world to accomplish these goals.
Well, I heard what you said. It does not preclude, but it also doesn't include. We agree?
They'll have to be held accountable by their superiors.
The bill does not preclude, but it also does not include. Do we agree?
I don't see a problem with the draft of the bill.
Okay. I think you've answered my question.
Bill does not preclude.
Let me close out.
Yeah.
You and Senator West, I think, covered the NCAA issues pretty in depth. But as I go to the website for NCAA, I pull out several issues, several things that I find alarming based on your statements in your debate with Senator West. I think the most bright one, the most shining one, it says, finally, NCAA acknowledges that some states and local laws may create barriers for schools to engage in specific DEI work. Ultimately, the NCAA Constitution requires members to commit to promoting DEI in athletic activities and events, hiring practices, professional and coaching relationships, leadership, and the advancement opportunities. That's on the website. It makes clear that they understand that some states will put up barriers. It also goes on to say that NCAA is committed to fostering diversity, equitable, inclusive culture in colleges and athletes and athletics. It says athletes and athletics, and supporting DEI efforts of member schools, conferences, and the national office. That's what I read when I go to the NCAA website. So I'm going to skip over the entire NCAA section that I have here for the sake of time. But let's talk about the DEI offices and employees for a second. The legislation prohibits Texas colleges and universities from establishing and maintaining DEI offices. It also prohibits any employee of a third party from performing duties of that office, and that's on page 3, line 11 through 16. Did you know that the UT Center for Equity and Inclusion provides resources for students with disability?
Yes.
Who will take over the role if the DEI office is abolished under this legislation? Who will take over that role?
Right now, Senator Miles, with the upended ratio of the number of DEI employees on our campuses compared to the employees that take care of students with special needs, maybe they could lend a hand to those students with special needs. Maybe so. But separate from that, it depends on what's done with the resources tied specifically to student services. So we have human resources departments, obviously, on every university campus that, as part of the solution for reconfiguring these goals on behalf of students with disabilities, they take care of students with disabilities now. What you're talking about through DEI is an assist. And so I guess the question is, with all of the dollars tied to the DEI employees and through DEI and community engagement alone, there's 379 mentioned in the UT framework. Some of those resources could bolster the existing disabilities framework for student services on campus.
And I'm assuming you're going to apply that same answer to the international students that the DEI office helps at UT. You're going to apply that same answer to those international students and researchers?
Senator Miles, yes, it would be consistent, but they also have academic advisors, counselors, student support mechanisms, so many different ways to support them on campus separate from the DEI framework.
Okay. Well, let's go to something that I know that's meaningful to everybody's heart in here. The nearly 1 million veterans enrolled in U.S. colleges and universities. Campus offices for diversity and inclusion often provide the necessary mental health services to address PTSD, suicide, or depression. Diversity offices host Military Appreciation Month and other celebrations for their service. UT Arlington has been nationally recognized at the top of universities in the nation for veteran and military connecting students. Who is going to take over those roles when DEI is removed?
Senator Miles, the legislation doesn't do anything to affect the availability of student support services that help the students that need help the most, whether that be academically, through tutoring and writing centers, whether it be for health and mental health care services, mentorship programs, internship, employment support services, extracurricular programming, library services, academic counseling. None of that is affected in any way.
The reality of it is the DEI offices on most of these campuses assist with international students with all their issues. It assists with veteran students and all their needs. As you discussed with Senator West, DEI is not just for African Americans. It helps throughout the entire university for minority students, disabled students, veterans. And I'm just trying to figure out, Senator Creighton, who's going to take over those hard jobs and that heavy lifting when DEI is removed.
The rubric and the framework, Senator Miles, would be very consistent with the exact framework that existed on these campuses prior to 2016, when the uptick took place to include and add all of these DEI units and offices all across the state. The bloated bureaucratic side of these DEI offices, the funds that support those, could be marshaled and redeployed into a framework that was even better before they existed. So many of these offices, and I know the one at UT has been around a little bit longer, maybe back to 2003, but the uptick of the units being created and grown and expanded from 2016 to now, there was life prior to that. There was student support in all those categories prior to that. And all of this additional funding that supports the DEI offices could be used to help all instead of some.
I'm going to move on for respect of my colleagues. Senator Creighton, do you believe that Texas has some of the best faculty and staff at our colleges and universities?
I couldn't hear you, Senator.
Do you believe that Texas has some of the best faculty and staff at our colleges and universities?
Yes, I even stated that just a few minutes ago. I absolutely believe that.
And are you convinced that what makes us some of the best is the diversity, the small diversity that we have in at our colleges and universities and staff? And I did say small diversity.
Senator Miles, without a doubt, our shared goal is diversity, and the strength of our state is tied to diversity. The Latino professors on the campus of University of Texas at El Paso, I think they represent over 30% of the professors on faculty, maybe more. We've got some incredible examples, not just of faculty, but of diversity accomplished. We can do much more.
Senator Creighton, do you think students benefit from seeing professors and faculty and university administrators who have similarities to them in their race, gender, ethnicity, and religion?
I think not only do those students benefit from those professors that align with them and their backgrounds, but I can say personally that even though I looked different than some of my professors, I benefited from them too.
Senator Creighton, do you believe that this bill is going to help improve the diversity amongst our students, amongst our faculty and staff?
I do, because I believe we will light a grass fire across this nation to remove these rubrics that are exclusive. And I believe in replacement, a Texas model, a Texas solution that will be aligned towards our shared goals to achieve true diversity year after year after year in these hiring practices will be a model for the rest of the nation. And you and I will work together to design it.
In closing, Senator Creighton, DEI policies and offices across the state stem from efforts by colleges to correct years of historical discrimination against underrepresented minorities. And this mission is still important today. Would you agree? Would you agree, Senator Creighton?
Senator Miles, I thought you were in your closing. Repeat for me.
You gonna coach him, Senator Betancourt, or can we finish having this lively debate we're having? The question was, the DEI policies and offices stem from efforts by colleges to correct years of historical discrimination against underrepresented minorities, and this mission is still important today. Would you agree?
I do agree.
Well, then tell me, Senator Creighton, how does this bill support those decades of work and the little bit of bitty bit of progress we've had?
I think we should expect more from the progress that we've seen, which is very, very small, if not in many categories going backwards, in the performance that we all would like to see from the resources being invested into these efforts. Second, I think that we all deserve, and that everyone applying at a Texas university certainly deserves, a framework in that application and hiring process that includes all rather than excluding some.
Senator Creighton, this is a question, so stay with me. You know, we stand in this building, time that we're supposed to be here, every other year, as a legislative body, and we say in one breath, we have some of the best public universities in the nation. And then in the next breath, we pass legislation, or we're attempting to pass legislation, or we probably will pass this legislation, that will cause us to lose talented faculty and tie the hands of universities from recruiting new talented faculty to the state. And we call that progress, Senator Creighton?
I believe the passage of this legislation, Senator Miles, will attract applicants, not deter them.
Senator Creighton, you know, for the 8 years that I've been here now, going on 8, I always try to bring all of our issues on this floor, members, close to home and close to my district, so that not just I can understand, I try to assist you in understanding the effects that these issues will have on communities like mine. And I said this earlier, you know, I don't understand and have any idea how you all can understand, Senator Creighton, what it's like for me and others to be minorities, and particularly for me, a black man, not just in this state, but also in this country. And I often wonder, when a minority issue hits this floor, Senator Creighton, you and my fellow senators, you tell us that a piece of legislation will affect minorities. We tell you that a piece of legislation will affect minorities in an adverse way. But it seems like when we tell that to you, we're always ignored. And it's never taken into account what it's like, what it's going to be like on some of these college campuses when SB 17 goes into effect. I mean, you go as far as to tell us no about some of the experiences that we experience and that we live out and that our children live out on some of these colleges' campuses. You know, somewhere I read in one of my history books in public education, the public education I received, that historically Republicans were promoting, Senator Whitmire, that we pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. Senator West, that we pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. But the problem we're facing today, Senator Creighton, is when we try to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, you file bills like SB 17, and you take our boots from us. We've made many advances with DEI. Maybe not the kind that we wanted to see and we expect. But God knows, what is it going to look like when we don't have DEI? If we've made small advancements with DEI, can you imagine what it's going to look like without DEI? Think about it. Thank you, Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Senator Miles.
Senator Huffman, for what purpose?
Permission to question the author of the legislation.
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Yes, I
You're
yield.
recognized, Senator Huffman.
Senator Creighton, I've been listening carefully to the debate that I guess has been going on for more than a couple hours now. And listening to Senator Miles just now, I think some of the questions that I have, it's a good segue, I think. So let's stop and think about what you're doing here. I'm looking at your legislation, reading it carefully, and it's really about, am I correct, hiring practices in higher education in the state of Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, hiring practices that would be inclusive to all.
Exactly. As you crafted this legislation, and I know you worked, and I want to publicly commend you for how hard you and your staff have been working on this, because I've been watching, and I know you've gone through several versions of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as I read it, it's I think, a very thoughtful piece of legislation. And I notice that it's very, very clear in the legislation that you respect and you set aside, make it very clear that all federal law, all applicable federal law is to be respected and followed, and that your legislation is not stepping at all on federal law. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct. A reaffirmation of our commitment to state and federal law, anti-discrimination laws, is a cornerstone of the bill. And as we all are aligned in building forward towards better diverse outcomes on our campuses for faculty hiring, I think the bill absolutely has to have that in it reaffirmed.
And so some of the debate that if someone was just listening from afar and didn't have the legislation in front of them, I could see how they might think, wow, what about the Civil Rights Act? What about Title VII of the Civil Rights Act? Or does the state of Texas think that they can just pass legislation that overrules that? Could you see how some people might think that if they're just listening to this debate?
It's incredible how often we are trying to outrun a narrative. My dad used to tell me, you're behind when you're explaining.
Well, that is true. That is correct.
And I think that the best that we can do all together, as I committed to Senator Miles, if I could come into anyone's district upon invitation and just take questions from any constituents on exactly what we're doing here, the nomenclature alone, without reference to state and federal anti-discrimination law reaffirmation, of course, as you mentioned, might be jarring. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, but actually it's the underperformance and the exclusivity, and by example, litigation examples on in this state and out of state, where we have to take action if we really want to achieve results for everyone with pursuing equal dignity.
Exactly. And if you state, I'm looking at page 2 of your legislation, line 1 and 2, and this is on the committee sub, you say, you're talking about influencing hiring or employment practices at the institution with respect to race, sex, color, or ethnicity, other than through the use of colorblind and sex-neutral hiring process in accordance with any applicable state and federal anti-discrimination laws. So again, federal law must apply. And then again, when you make some rules about the governing board of an institution of higher education shall ensure that each academic or administrative unit of the institution does not, and then again, except as required by federal law. So again, you're making it very clear that federal law still applies. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. So let's look at a little bit, and I'll just take a minute because I think this is extremely important to the discussion. Well, let's look at Title VII of the Civil Rights Act and of 1964. It's, of course, federal law, and it talks specifically that it shall be an unlawful employment practice for an employer, which would be under your bill, one of the institutions of higher education. They would be the employer in this situation. That is unlawful to fail or refuse to hire or to discharge any individual or otherwise to discriminate against any individual with respect to his compensation, terms, conditions, or privileges of employment because of such individual's race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. That'll still be the hiring practice of our higher ed institutions of higher education under your legislation. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct, and the bill reaffirms that, yes.
Okay. Also, under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, it also prohibits an employer, higher ed, to limit, segregate, or classify his employees or applicants for employment in any way that would deprive or tend to deprive any individual of employment opportunities or otherwise adversely affect his status as an employee because of such individual's race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then interestingly, if you kind of dig deeper into the Civil Rights Act, there's a section, and it talks about the effect on state laws. And I think that's interesting because this is kind of a mouthful of legalese here, but it is important, I think, to get it on the record that says, nothing in this subchapter shall be deemed to exempt or relieve any person from any liability, duty, penalty, or punishment provided by any present or future law of any state or political subdivision of a state, other than any such law which purports to require or permit the doing of any act which would be an unlawful employment practice under this subchapter. So that's specifically telling us that we can't enforce, write laws that would, change what's here in the Civil Rights Act. So though your bill goes to the issue of hiring practices and so forth, Civil Rights Act tells you that you can't, be superior to what they have told you you could do, correct?
Absolutely. This bill is consistent with the Texas Labor Code anti-discrimination statutes, and it is absolutely consistent in doing nothing to preempt federal law, but actually complements and reaffirms our commitment to anti-discrimination laws like the 1964 Civil Rights Act and Title VII.
Okay, and I just felt it was important to get that on the record. I think this is an excellent piece of legislation. I feel that once it's in place, that the universities, I believe, will follow the law, and so you won't have to worry about the section about how they're going to be penalized, because I believe they will implement the law and move forward, and it will be better for all. So thank you for your work on this, Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Senator Huffman, for those clarifications. And as we've seen from universities by indication of their letters that they've published recently on their DEI policies being suspended pending state legislative action, I believe this is the next step, be consistent to reach critical mass on exactly what gives direction our universities need going forward.
Thank you, Senator Creighton.
Thank you.
Senator Whitmire, for what purpose?
Will the senator yield?
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Yes, I yield.
You recognize, Dean.
Mr. Creighton, to get right to the bottom of this, can you let us know when you first heard of DEI? When did the concept and the term diversity, equity, and inclusion come into your being?
I first read about it online, Dean, a few years ago, when I was asked to take over the chairmanship of higher education a few sessions back. I think it was just after that first session.
Well, I was wondering, were you familiar with it last session?
Yes.
And you were chair of higher ed at that time?
Yes.
Were you not compelled to address it at that time as strongly as you are today?
As is the case with every time we study and follow a particular topic session by session, there's always a first time to advance a bill. Sure. Sometimes it takes us several sessions to pass that exact bill. But yes, you're right. I've been following it without a doubt. And specifically the studies that were passed over the past few years relating to the data. And so you have to continue to watch the data on performance before sometimes you graduate to advancing policy.
Would it surprise you to know, I've talked to numerous members, that it was really kind of before we came into session. In fact, there was some discussion, I think some working groups preparing for the session, but it's a relatively new concept and conversation for legislators to have. Would you not agree? I mean, it just kind of almost came out of nowhere as part of our legislative discussions. Would you not agree? I mean, it wasn't last session for sure. You're telling me that you were familiar with it, but apparently it hadn't risen to the priority list. I think last session, it'd be fair to say critical race theory was kind of the boutique issue for some members to discuss. Certainly we addressed it and debated it, but where was this last session if it is such a broken and such a disturbing matter for you?
It was wrapped up in the data of a lack of performance that just never got anything but worse.
From last session?
Yes, last session. I've got data year after year after year on these DEI departments.
I know, but you just dropped it in the legislative hopper this session, and I'm just sitting here listening for the last couple of hours. If the sky is falling as you describe it, because of DEI, is taking money from special needs children. Where were you last session addressing such a critical issue that you're making it out to be today? It just bothers me that if you were aware of it 2 years ago, we weren't having this discussion 2 years ago.
Well, Dean, some of that is just like state funding, right? It's tied to capacity. So, as my office would probably tell you, I have a lot of other great ideas in the hopper.
Well, let me tell you,
I'm not finished with my answer yet, so give me a second.
Yeah.
I brought forward the bills that I could commit to, that I had the data and the research to feel heart and mind like I could advance the bill in a genuine way and explain it to the members, back it up. I felt like the timing was right, but capacity-wise, I think our office carries maybe the third most bills on the Senate floor, sometimes fourth. I'm not sure. I'm always following Senator Zaffarini on that. And it's from a capacity issue. We just have a certain bandwidth, but now I'm in a combined chairmanship of bringing higher ed and K through 12 together, and I'm very much minded towards reforms so that we don't exit here in June and have something that, as a chair over that subject matter, I failed to address.
Well, obviously it got ranking like number 17, so obviously the leadership and you decided it was that high a priority. Let me ask you something. Not you, but do you believe some Texans are concerned that DEI might actually work if given a longer lifespan? Not you. But do you think there's Texans out there that are watching us that said, thank goodness, because that DEI might change the complexion of the state of Texas and give people opportunities that have been left out? Because you see, I think, would you not agree with me that some folks, some Texans are actually afraid of inclusion and where this state's demographics are going and the opportunities are headed? Do you think that that could be encouraging this discussion from certain political groups or certainly regular Texans?
As I've been very consistent during this conversation about my intentions on all of us sharing alignment on advancing diversity and inclusion, belonging, however you want to define it, I hope that those that are watching feel a little bit different than when they first tuned in, because so many of my references and my exchanges so far have been tied to a commitment to solutions.
Well, the concern, would you not agree with me? We're all looking for solutions. It's who's the architect of those solutions that ought to concern us. And that leads me to when you first became concerned about DEI, and you've mentioned the Asian Americans that have been left out. I think you cited A&M. Did you ever pick up the phone and call Chancellor Sharp and address that? It could have probably been fixed with a good conversation months ago. I'm always amazed, members, how we have a controversy or a concern, and next thing you know, it's in the form of a piece of legislation. Did you ever have a conversation with our chancellors about, is this DEI really working? Is it following its intention? Is it cost effective? Have you ever had serious conversations with anyone in higher ed about your conversation we're hearing today? You know, it might have worked. You might have could have even modified it and saved you a lot of time and debate on this Senate floor. And the good news would, you might have really made a difference without frightening some communities. Did you ever make that phone call?
Dean, do you really feel like I haven't reached out and had conversations related to DEI with our university leadership?
I'm certain you have, as you prepared for this debate and to pass this legislation. I'm talking about when you first became concerned and on your radar that the DEI might not be following the best pathway to accomplish what we're all looking for: diversity, inclusion.
Let's just say I've had conversations before as a legislator asking for assurances without codifying the policy or dedicating the dollar, and I've been let down on those promises, waiting on me to pack and leave in June.
Are you ever concerned, and I'm concerned, do you share my concern, how history will look back at this legislative discussion? Maybe not 10 years from now, maybe not 20, but let's say 30 years from now. Maybe some of you will still be members of the Senate. Does it concern you how in 2023 we're having a spirited debate about the concept and the practice and the offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion? Can you imagine what Texans are going to think 20 or 30 years from now?
What are Texans going to think 20 or 30 years from now?
Yes, sir?
Dean, I guess they
does that concern you that,
I
that
guess
30 years from now, when we'll have a majority-minority state, they're going to look back and say in 2023, they were actually discussing our opportunities and addressing the fact that we've been left behind, but now we've caught up, and they may make up a majority of members on this Senate floor.
Dean, while we're talking about the future, we can talk about the past 30 years at a time. I guess there are some Texans still wondering why, when Republicans joined together in Congress to break the Democrat filibuster against the 1964 Civil Rights Act to make sure that it would pass, that we're talking about decades and decades later how a Republican might not be doing the right thing to advance diversity. So
Well,
of course we're going to look at history, and 30 years from now, I will have already been part of the solution for what we're talking about today because of what I committed to with Senator West and Senator Miles. Solutions.
Let me just tell you why I asked that question. In my career, you know, one of the most controversial issues that I've seen and participated in my legislative tenure, looking back at history and how ridiculous it seems today, the debate in 1978 whether to make Martin Luther King's birthday a state holiday. It was a knockdown dragout. It passed, but barely. And now for us to sit here and think, what was the dispute? The discussion about Juneteenth being a state holiday was so controversial. Now it's recognized. Bilingual education. Are you familiar with how controversial that was in the 70s? And now it's a fundamental accepted practice in public education. I can go on and on with emotional issues, controversial issues that were discussed 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago since I've been here, and now it looks silly and outrageous that we argued about whether to make Martin Luther King's birthday a state holiday. I will submit to you, 20, 30, 40 years from now, they're going to look back and say, we argued about equity? We argued about inclusion and diversity? Does that concern you at all, how history will review your proposal and your sponsorship?
Well, in your terms, a ridiculous reference to Juneteenth and Martin Luther King's birthday, which neither have anything to do with this legislation. But I would tell you what is ridiculous to me is that in MLK's speech, his I Have a Dream speech, where he said that he hopes that his 4 kids will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
And he's
so,
probably
I'm not
turning over in
finished
his
yet.
grave
If you'll
that
let
you're
me
quoting
finish,
him while
I
you're
will
proposing this.
let you finish. So today, the ridiculous reference.
I'm sorry.
Whoops, I'm sorry. Dean, out of respect for you, Senator Creighton, out of respect for you, members, Dean, you've been here long enough. you're recognized to ask your question, or if the question's already been asked, you're recognized to answer the question. But please, let's keep our debate.
Apologize, I think I drowned it out his answer.
Thank you, Dean.
My reference was that in Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech about his 4 kids being not judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character, I'm offering a bill today to solve diversity, lack of progress in diversity and hiring in our Texas universities. And the bill specifically says colorblind and gender neutral. Very consistent with MLK's teachings, yet you're saying, would I be judged for that 30 years from now? I think that we are making significant progress to build upon the lack of progress in these departments. Look, I understand that the nomenclature, the name of the departments, could be taken in a way that if we remove them, we are taking some kind of a step away from those goals. And I have repeated over and over for hours how we can't outrun the nomenclature, but we can redesign the effort, redeploy the funds, and make sure that as our goals align with diversity, we will be successful.
Do you believe that DEI is to allow groups to catch up the great opportunities that our country provides some individuals and not others? Is it, do you understand it was designed and being carried out to let folks catch up? And it's not just race, it's religion. You know, the Muslim students have been discriminated against, left out of the process for years and years. I mean, it makes news that we have 2 Muslim House members. There are groups, Senator, are you familiar, that have completely been left out of the American dream? And that's what the DEI concept and offices are about correcting. Not just race, it's religion, sexual orientation, disabilities. It's for any group that have not enjoyed the opportunities that perhaps you and I have had. Are you familiar with that concept and that ideal that is to allow people to catch up?
Dean, you're exactly right. And in every one of those categories, we have faculty applicants that are not comfortable with the loyalty oath diversity statements required by these DEI departments that are mandatory and that are excluding them, even though they provide merit, even though they're some of the best teachers, even though they're some of the best performers in research. They're being excluded, and they're in those categories of religion and age and disability. Yes, we share alignment in that goal.
And I agree, nothing perfect. It can be improved. But I just really think that you could have not gone quite so far to do away with it. You could have modified it. You could have sunsetted it. You could have had working groups going forward. And I hope that it's not as bad as some of us believe it's going to be. I think perhaps we haven't heard the last of this. I think you'll be addressing it next session, because I do believe, in closing, and I will ask you if you concur with me, it's going to impact the business community of Texas. It's going to impact our universities for certain. And my worst fears are you're taking Texas a step back, because there's been discussion about the NCAA. I'm not worried about the sports concepts. I'm talking about attracting people to this state. I've been on a recruiting team for a major law firm, and when you go up to Yale or other areas of the country and talk to their best and brightest, they look at the values and the practices and the equality of your state. Screen students that you're trying to move to Texas, join your law firm, they want to know about DEI. And this is a national issue. You're making national news, no doubt. And my worst fears, and do you share with me, that it's going to be interpreted as Texas going back in time instead of forward? Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator Whitmire.
Thank you, Dean. Senator Colcourse, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To ask questions.
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Colcourse.
Thank you so much. I know we are on the suspension of regular order of business in asking questions before we take that vote, and I appreciate my colleagues and the input and the passion by which they speak. It was really interesting. I have a folder on, you always know, a pretty big bill when you're not carrying the bill, but you have a folder that says Senate Bill 17. And right on the top, it said, Title IX will not be impacted by Senate Bill 17. And that's because my staff knows how much I care about Title IX. Now, Senator Huffman talked about Title VII from 1964, I believe it was. Title IX being in 1972 impacted my life greatly. I was a college athlete because of Title IX and that what the United States Congress did then. So I'm going to ask a few questions just around that because we've talked a lot about race and ethnicity, and I just want to kind of go make sure that, you know, in Title IX, that nothing in Senate Bill 17 in any way harms Title IX as we know it today.
That's correct. It actually reaffirms it.
So Senator West and I share this brotherhood and sisterhood of being college athletes. I think, Senator West, you and I are the only two former student athletes on the floor. By his size, you would not guess that he played center, I believe it was, in basketball, position number 5. I was a golfer. I did play high school basketball. You'd guess I'd be a point guard out there with my size. But I want to build off of what he said because I think it's pretty important that, you know, we talk about, as the dean says, the long-term impacts of a law like this. And so I spent some time, Senator West, after your question, because I do care about sports. I really do. It's an opportunity for young people today to compete. Now with NIL, they're able to make really good money. They get free education, and it leads them potentially to another part of their life. But I was looking up DEI, and so just for a point of clarification with the NCAA, it looks like that the NCAA, and we talk about how new is DEI, it's so new that they are going to, the conferences must complete their first reviews by November 1st, 2024. The deadline for schools to complete their initial reviews, November 3rd, 2023. And this is about the responsibility of each Division I member school or conference to conduct a DEI review for every 4 years as outlined by the NCAA bylaws. Just for point of clarification, as I read it, the NCAA does not require an office of DEI. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so what I want to make sure is that our universities obviously are working. You gave some stats. We are making some improvement in diversity and inclusion, but not enough, right?
That's correct.
So the NCAA, in what they have purview on, are going to review every 4 years, right?
That's right.
So you feel like Senate Bill 7 doesn't harm us in any way of competing in the NCAA Athletics Division I?
Under that review, a reaffirmation and commitment to the requirements in state and federal law would satisfy the NCAA.
And just out of point of clarification, because I do care about Division II and Division III schools, of which we have some, but Division II and Division III schools do not have legislative requirements for conducting DEI reviews. So this is, fairly new if the NCAA is just starting this whole concept. So I also want to ask a question about an area that I've spent some time, and I work in health and human services, and something we work to create more programs to train doctors and healthcare professionals in the state. And I want to make sure that this bill will not create any problems with accreditation of those programs. So do you feel like it's going to cause any problem with SACS, accreditation, anything else?
I don't. Senator Colcourse, we've looked into SACS. We've also got a separate piece of legislation that Senator Middleton is advancing that deals specifically with accreditation and some changes there. But the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges specifically affirms that it does not require DEI programs.
So in your opening statement, you gave quite a few facts and figures. You actually called out a number of our state universities on some of their practices, but I just wrote down some key words. And one thing that stuck with me was loyalty oaths. Loyalty oaths. One more time, try to tell me what a loyalty oath is, because I know you spoke of a biology teacher, and obviously, I mean, we do believe in merit. I mean, that's you know, we've been taught to be competitive, capitalism, all that great stuff. I'm an athlete. The harder I work, the better I am. I might not be the fastest. I wasn't the best. My short game wasn't great. That's why I didn't play on the LPGA. You know, and so I failed a little bit at the very end by not being great because I just didn't quite have the talent. But, you know, like when you talk about a loyalty oath, sometimes you don't get the job because you're not talented enough, or you don't have the master's, or, you know, a master's or a PhD. But what is a loyalty oath?
Loyalty oaths, diversity statements that are required for applicants. And you mentioned the biology example that I gave. There's a Texas Tech reference as well. Those diversity statements require a political litmus test, if you will. And if the applicant, no matter if they are superior in merit and accomplished as far as a research professor or a teaching professor or in many other categories that you and I would consider under hiring based on the best and the brightest, those that have the most merit that are applying, the loyalty oath would be more of a political test, would be more of a litmus test related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, but specifically equity and equal outcome rather than equal opportunity. And if you don't give the right answers related to your commitment as an applicant for that job, to commit to equal outcome for all rather than equal opportunity for all, then you could be excluded, as 76% of the applicants were last year at Cal Berkeley for failing that diversity loyalty oath requirement, even though it had nothing to do, in most cases, with the job they were applying for. It's a chilling effect on free speech. It's illegal, compelled speech, and it's filtering from our faculty into curriculum.
And that's one last thing that I kind of want to hit on is the free speech question. You know, college is sometimes the first time students meet with people from all different backgrounds. It's a great experience. I remember it in my experience. I've gotten to live it through my children most recently. But can you let me know if DEI encourages free speech or stifles free speech, and how it's taught if people are having to sign loyalty oaths? I mean, free exchange of ideas. And so
it does exactly the opposite, which is why it's triggering litigation from professors that either don't get the job when they clearly can show under a rubric that they are the most qualified, or professors that have been terminated because they've spoken out against it. But either way, those loyalty oaths, those diversity statements, in many of our universities are growing more and more towards mandating them, not just offering them, but mandating them. That's a chilling effect on a free exchange of ideas, of free speech. It is compelled speech to answer the question the right way, even though you may not have those particular beliefs. In order to get the job, you're expected to answer it the right way and make that commitment. Leveraging your privilege in order to level up or bring equity to others. And you've got to sign in blood for that particular oath to qualify to get through the gateway of the diversity statement so that you and I can have a conversation from there on if you're qualified for the job.
Well, thank you for that explanation. I join my colleagues in the questions that have been asked, and I certainly respect them. In what will the future look like? And I think the goal is having diversity in education, and that's through professors and our students. And I look forward to working with you on this issue. And as you've made that commitment, if changes needed to be made, you'd be the first in line to do it. And I know that that is very true of you. Thank you.
I appreciate the exchange, Senator Kolkhorst. Certainly your feedback and input working through the provisions of the bill, which I feel like has come a long way based on stakeholder input and visiting with all the members. And look, at the end of the day, we want equal dignity and equal opportunity for all. We want to increase diversity in every category possible in our hiring processes for our universities, but we don't want to narrow in on a certain outcome that is exclusive of others, which is the way that these DEI units have been working, because once exclusive, DEI falls as a concept. And that just can't happen. That can't be the stigma that Texas universities hold. We have the finest universities in the world. You mentioned some of the tough things that I had to mention about different practices going on. Those are separate, obviously, from all of the incredible accolades our universities deserve and the people standing behind them. But in the committee process, I focused mainly on examples out of California. And many, many members immediately counter that with, well, what about Texas? So it has caused me to talk about a little bit of the laundry here within our state because the California examples just weren't compelling enough.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Kolkhorst.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Ask questions of the author, Mr. President.
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Creighton, do you need a little time to? You've been up for about 3 hours.
Okay, go ahead.
You're good?
All good, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Senator Creighton, I'm going to try to be brief. We've heard a lot of questions. I want to get to the bottom of why we're having this debate today. And I appreciate what you and so many on this floor have said, their commitment to diversity.
Yes.
What I don't understand is what in this legislation does anything to help improve diversity. Because what I have heard over and over, and this is where I think you've mentioned the last exchange between you and Senator Kolkhorst was about loyalty oaths and free speech. And you said that people had to sign these loyalty oaths in blood, signed in blood, in order just to be considered. And then what you were saying is that the DEI was actually doing the opposite. It was excluding. And how can we have both this lack of diversity, access, we've talked about how DEI is not working. We're not seeing an increase in the diversity, but yet DEI is also excluding others. How is it that we can have both? I mean, either DEI is excluding some to those who don't sign these loyalty oaths, and we are seeing an increase in diversity, or it's not. I don't understand. How is it that, how can we argue both sides of that?
Well, a couple of different examples, and it's a great question. I appreciate the question. We have diversity of ideas as well, right?
Okay.
I mean, that is one of the most powerful things about what brings us all together here in the over 30 million Texans we represent, our diversity of ideas and also our backgrounds and our makeup, right? All the different things that you and I would define together as diversity. So there's a chilling effect through those loyalty oaths and mandatory diversity statements with regard to diversity of ideas if a particular applicant may not agree wholeheartedly with equity, right? With an effort, if they agree with diversity, if they agree with inclusion, but they don't agree necessarily with what they may perceive equity or equal outcomes to require, then it may have a chilling effect, as it did in Cal Berkeley, of preventing applicants from even approaching those particular job openings. Separate, I'll give a second example, is we mentioned, unfortunately, the A&M DEI example where Asian Americans were excluded from some of the programs and not brought in as a category, a minority group, a marginalized community that would otherwise have received or expected to have received under an all are included and all have equal dignity structure or culture. And that exclusion is just something I know you and I, under hearing the terms, the nomenclature, diversity, equity, and inclusion, that would never be tolerated.
Sure. So my concerns, and I'm glad that you've said it over and over, that this bill is about hiring. So at the beginning of your bill on page 2, you talk about the influencing of hiring, and that's where you talk about the loyalty oaths, employment practices. What I'm curious, on line 6, you talk about promoting differential treatment or providing special benefits to individuals. What do you mean by that?
Well, if once hired, the DEI framework afforded those that were hired different benefits, special benefits associated with the job that otherwise, under equal opportunity, all would appreciate having those benefits extended to them. But if those benefits were limited only for some, then it would be outside the bounds of the bill.
And that's interesting because that's the section where Senator West asked you, why did you take out, the only thing you took out of there was sex. So basically, you limit the promotion of different treatment or providing special benefits to individuals on the basis of race, color, or ethnicity, but you excluded sex. And then in the next sentence, you say promoting policies or procedures designed or implemented in reference to race, color, ethnicity, or other policies. Once again, excluding sex. Okay, so that's all about hiring and promotions, right? So the hiring practices. But we get down to line 22 of your bill on page 2, and then you say that the governing board of the institution, and on line 25 it says, does not, except as required by law, establish or maintain a diversity, equity, and inclusion office. So if this bill is about hiring, why do you have a concern with having an office of DEI if you've already said you can't influence, you can't do promotion, you can't do... So why do you have to have that second section, which is the area where many of us feel that it's more than just about hiring? So I'm not sure. Tell us why you have that second part of your bill.
Well, there are reference to the DEI units and offices and language associated with that reads something along the lines of or other programs. And I think that it is redundant in some ways, as you imply, Senator Menendez, but it's just important as some of these definitions are vague to make sure that there is not a renaming, there is not a continued effort under the guise of diversity, equity, and inclusion, that it's very clear in the bill that those units are removed so that we can move forward with the solutions you and I might want to put together on what is next.
So, thank you. So, the concern that I have is at UTSA, they have an office, what they call an Office of Inclusion Excellence. In this office, what it does, it provides supports to students with disabilities, first-generation students, veterans, athletes, and many other students from underprivileged backgrounds. My concern, my fear is that your legislation will do so much more than just affect hiring practices, which you've said people shouldn't sign loyalty oaths. Fine, let's not, I agree. No loyalty oaths. People should be able to have free speech. People should be hired the best and brightest. My concern about the hiring practices part is that so many times we have not achieved any level of diversity or very little diversity in hiring practices because we say, well, only these people applied and we hired the best of those people, but we haven't made a very strong effort to look for a bigger pool of applicants who are equally as qualified. Do you see my point, my concern?
Yes.
And so now, my big concern is that if your bill is passed and lots of these universities, in their fear of going counter to your legislation, they will close these offices, even though this one's called an Office of Inclusion Excellence. Then the services for these folks won't be there. And that's a concern for me. I mean, I'm sure you share that concern, don't you?
Yes, I do. And I reaffirmed my commitment with my exchange with Senator Miles that for mentoring, for academic support, for mental health support, for just support services overall for disabilities, there is no intention in this bill to do anything other than bolster those efforts by marshaling and redeploying the funding that's being used currently, in my opinion, ineffectively under the DEI framework to help the very subsets that you are saying might be disenfranchised.
Okay, so we've established that you're focused on making sure that universities hire only those who are the most qualified and that they don't force them to have any loyalty oaths. They allow for free speech, diversity of thought. That's what we're in agreement at this point. The other concern, though, that we have is that, do you recall, I'm not sure if you were there for the second portion when we invited the people from UT Austin, I guess, let me pull up the name. One of them was a VP for DEI, and the other one, here it is, Darren Kelly, Associate Vice President for DDCE Academic Diversity Initiatives, and Christian Julian, Professor and Associate Dean of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion in the School of Engineering. Do you remember them?
Yes, I was present for their testimony.
Very good. So then, do you remember what the lady, Miss Julian, the Professor for DEI in the School of Engineering, she talked about all of the department heads that were writing research grants that would come to them to ask them about how they make DEI a part of their grants. And that I think it was 80% of these grants that they were applying for had a DEI component. Do you remember that?
I remember her talking about grants. I mean, I would like to see specific grants and requirements for those grants. I understand in grant writing that it is a very popular trend to include those provisions. I understand that it's absolutely no disadvantage to include those provisions. Are those provisions absolutely necessary for grant approval? I need to see the grant specifically for that.
Well, the good news is that this is still a Senate bill, and we're in April, the middle of April, because we have to have that debate. Because as you know, the National Institute of Health, it awarded $26 billion in competitive grants in 2022. And the data that I have is that it reviews and includes as part of its grants DEI initiatives. It has DEI requirements that are built into nearly all federal grant mechanisms in STEM. And so there is a very real concern that we could be impacting the research dollars that we get at the state of Texas. And let's say in FY 2020, Texas Public Universities and health-related institutions had $5.4 billion in external research, with $4.1 billion being from non-state sources. So I'm concerned that we affect that, and so I'm sure you share that concern.
Senator Menendez, we've looked into that carefully, and it just like the conversation Senator Kolkhorst mentioned with the NCAA. I mean, a commitment to holding up the anti-discrimination policies in state and federal law is enough for the NCAA to consider that box checked. And for, you look at the state of California, you look at the state of Washington, you look at the state of Michigan that has it in their state constitutions a ban on affirmative action, yet their grant process is never disrupted for that example as they continue to comply with state and federal law for hiring practices. I just don't see the evidence that shows we might have a disruption there. And if think about it, if there was, that would be grant writing that compels certain speech, that makes sure that DEI departments and certain agendas are carried out for the purposes of approving the grant. I'm not seeing those examples.
I'm not sure that we're talking about the same thing in terms of compelling people to do these. I understand what you're saying about these diversity. I'm going to pull up the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Council from Texas Women's University. I mean, they talk about having DEI programming, strategies, tactics, fair and equitable treatment of employees, promising practices for recruitment. I think, and I'm going to close with this because the concern that I think that why many of us are unified in our concern is because you're absolutely right. And one thing that you've mentioned, or the theme that you've mentioned, our universities overall, statewide, have not done a good enough job of diversifying their workplace. They have not. They have not. They have a dismal record of diversity in their leadership. They have a dismal record. And you're right about that. But I have not seen anything this session anywhere in any piece of legislation that is focused on improving that. All I have seen is, go ahead.
This legislation.
How does this legislation change that?
Because if we continue to put incredible state resources into programs that are exclusive, how in the world would we ever achieve inclusivity? How in the world would we ever achieve true diversity? How would we show in these dismal hiring statistics that we're going to continue to climb when we're already acknowledging among us that it's broken?
Senator Creighton, the diversity, equity, inclusion offices, the fact that currently they do exhaustive searches for people so that they can have a vast pool of potential applicants. You know, this is something that's not just exclusive to higher education, it's in corporate America, it's all these. It is with the purpose of having a wide pool of applicants. By taking this, the only thing that I potentially can agree with is that, yes, no one should be making anybody sign some loyalty oath. That's ridiculous. But your bill, on its sheer merits, taking away Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, what it's done already, in fact, not anecdotally, we've had people of color, professors who are highly qualified, who've been recruited, have taken the job, have seen the legislation that we're doing here, that we're talking about, and have said, you know what? Texas does not seem like it's a welcoming place for me. Because what I'm talking about is not just diversity of ideas. I'm talking about diversity of people. So diversity that matches the diversity of our state. We don't have that in higher education. We don't have that in this room. We need more diversity, but it's not going to be achieved by saying that we don't believe in diversity. And you know what? We get hung up on the equity part. Fine. Diversity and inclusion. If you want to Senator West's point, if you want to fix this problem, let's get surgical about it. Let's not take a sledgehammer to something we can fix with a scalpel. And this is not, I believe this is not the way to send the message that Texas is open for business for everyone. I think that your main concern, because this has been a theme throughout the session, is that we have to have, we need to limit and be careful that make sure that everybody can say whatever they want, that no one is just, that's fine. I'm in agreement. No loyalty oaths, free speech, let's do it. But to close down an offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which we heard the testimony from the lady from the engineering school, that after seeing that engineering, the level of engineers in this state, and if you recall, let me ask a question. The level of engineers, of diversity of engineers was so low that she said that they did, what did they do? They went out into varying parts of the state of Texas to recruit, to fill the pipeline, to make sure that kids in 8th grade knew that they had to take algebra. Do you remember that?
I remember it, and I understand why the application pool may be low.
Right. Because we don't have kids that are getting the right education.
That's not the only reason, Senator Menendez. The application pool in the net could be cast so much more, with so much more width, if the implication and the stigma tied to the loyalty oaths and the diversity statements of you must agree with me to have a chance at getting this job, I hope you would concede that there are those of various ethnicities that might have a diversity of beliefs,
without a doubt,
that don't agree with those loyalty oaths. Therefore, they have been excluded, and the door has closed forever on the option of gaining a more diverse faculty.
So why don't we just amend your bill to exclude loyalty oaths and to talk about free speech, and then we fix the problem without having to get rid of the diversity, offices of diversity and inclusion, even get rid of the equity word if you'd like. But I think that this bill is so much more, and it's a part of a larger national, it seems to be a part. It seems that there are other legislatures also. Did you model your legislation on other states? Because it appears that other states are also trying to get rid of these offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Senator Menendez, we are the first legislature. There has been one other that has talked about it, but I don't know of other bills that have been advanced. If they're happening as we speak.
Okay.
But if we have anything before us, it is a first to market on the passage of a bill. And I would hope that other legislatures will see, not that Texas is doing something because of a national trend, but that we are trying to lead on a framework that will actually accomplish diversity and include all with equal dignity.
I appreciate you taking my questions. We need to follow up and make sure, because in fiscal year 2021, UT received $115 million in research funding from the National Science Foundation. I'm concerned that this legislation puts at risk some of those research dollars, number one. It does nothing to help say we'd like to increase diversity. All it says is that you must do away with an Office of Diversity and Inclusion. And some sort of way, roundabout way, you're saying that means that we want more people to apply. But it sends a message to a lot of us that that's not important to Texas anymore. And I know that's not what's in your heart. And that's what concerns me about this legislation.
It's not what's in my heart, Senator Menendez, and I really value, as always, and appreciate your comments and your input. And I would just say that I would trade $115 million on any day for First Amendment free speech protections.
We have those. Thank you.
Senator Flores, for what purpose?
To ask the author some questions, Mr.
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Yes, I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Flores.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Creighton. So I'm following up on questions from Senator Huffman. So Senator Creighton, does this bill have any impacts whatsoever on the Equal Opportunity Act?
It does not. It actually reaffirms state and federal anti-discrimination laws.
It reaffirms. Thank you. So, Senator, are we open up the door to discrimination with any of the laws that are enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission?
We are not. We are actually correcting some wrongs that have been discovered in hiring practices that are currently going on and currently involved in litigation with this legislation.
Thank you, and I appreciate your comments with Senator Menendez, especially on casting the wider net and not casting a narrow net. And I think that a lot of these organizations that have these recruiting and offices that are out there to help can help better going casting a general net to be able to get those, as you said, that meet the requirements of Martin Luther King's great statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Flores.
Senator Alvarado, for what purpose?
Sorry, I had to get out of my blanket. It's cold in here. To ask the author a few questions.
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Of course, I
You
yield.
recognize Senator Alvarado.
Senator Creighton, the Texas Women's University has been brought up a couple of times in debate here, and I think Senator Menendez talked about the office. Y'all, a few of you mentioned that they do not have a DEI office. It's called something else. So do you recognize that they do have something? Maybe it's not exactly named DEI, but it is something that focuses on diversification. It's called it's the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Outreach.
There was discussion about Texas Women's earlier and whether or not it was university sanctioned or student led. Yes.
Okay, it's funded by student fees, but they do have, in fact, staff, plenty of staff. They have an executive director and about 6 or 7 staff people. Their budget is, the fiscal year 22 budget was a little over $378,000. And they have a council, like a board of council. So were you aware that their budget was that size and that they have a full-time staff?
I wasn't aware. I mean, the reference to Texas Women's University is a fraction of today's point in discussion related to the bill, but I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, because I want to make sure that when we point out examples here that we are accurate in our statements.
Well, the accuracy was tied more or less towards whether or not it was administrator and faculty run. And so I understand your point that I made earlier, which is that it's student-led.
Well, it's funded by student fees, which is tacked onto their tuition, but it is run by faculty. They have an executive director, everybody that's part of their staff right here. And one of their goals, their missions, is promising practices for the recruitment and retention of underrepresented faculty and staff. So they basically do have a DEI office. They're just calling it something else. Under your bill, would this office go away?
Yes.
It would, okay.
If it is run by faculty and if it receives funding, public funding, state dollars funding, so.
Well, I don't think your bill specifies state fund. I don't know if it's a student run. I shouldn't say student run because it's not student run, but it is funded by student fees.
Would you like to clarify that they're included in the bill, Senator Alvarado?
Sure. We can talk later about that, but for
I'm not sure that you want to make sure they're included in the bill, but if you do, that's okay.
Well, I think if it's going to apply to a majority of our universities, maybe it's unfair that somebody's left out. I don't know. We can continue talking about that later, but I just wanted to raise the issue. And then the bill requires the Attorney General's office to approve all diversity trainings and policies, which that could be problematic because sometimes that could take days or weeks to get an answer and a reply from the AG's office. Do you think that would be an issue?
Well, it's in the bill, so I'm comfortable with it as the author, but what the bill requires is that an attorney design the training programs that general counsel for the university sign off on those recommended training programs, or the attorney general be involved in the same. So the bill doesn't require the AG to be involved, but it allows it.
Okay, well, maybe I'm misinterpreting that, but the way I read it, it says it requires the Attorney General's office to approve all diversity training and policies. So if we can get some clarification on that while we finish this.
The intention is definitely for the general counsel of the university and the attorney general to be included in the effort, because that's obviously why through the hearings process and here to the floor, why they're both included in the bill.
Okay. Moving on following up on this issue, it's estimated that 75.6% of general counsels, this is nationwide, I don't have the Texas number, are white, and 61.5% are men, which could have an impact on them weighing in on these training and policies. So you're talking about a group that's not very diverse weighing in on these issues. So it could have an impact. Would you agree with that?
The bill doesn't say they have to work in a vacuum. So if you're saying that because of their skin color they're not qualified to design the training program, I think recommending that they work with others would certainly be a good recommendation. But the legislation itself for hiring practices is colorblind and gender neutral. And so consistent with that, I would not assume, no matter what someone's skin color is, that they could not handle promulgating a training process, including relying on other bright minds in the university to weigh in.
Switching gears now, so I think this could be problematic in terms of a researcher applying to a grant question about the university's DEI initiatives when they are banned. And I have here from the Department of Energy a couple of examples where, let's see, one is it's a DOE, it's called the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, Clean Hydrogen Manufacturing and Recycling, and it's part of the criteria: diversity, equity, inclusion, and accountability, where it's flat out asking for a description of what they are doing in terms of diversity. That's one. And then another is the Energy Innovation Hub Program, which also, right here, talks about promoting inclusive and equitability research. It's called their PEER plan. So, I mean, we've talked about research and the risk of losing dollars. So that is real. That could happen. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. We don't know what that number would be. But is that a concern of yours? We've got two examples here in black and white.
I think that consistent with Senator Menendez and I and our exchange, we've talked through the day about effects that legislation might have on grants, which is total speculation, but there are not many DEI requirements tied specifically into grant writing approvals when you are consistent with your commitment to state and federal anti-discrimination laws just as we talked about in the affirmative action process in California, Washington, and Michigan. It's in their state constitutions a ban on affirmative action, yet their grants continue to roll in from all of these entities you're mentioning to the state of California. It's just speculation.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to answer the questions. I just have, these concerns, but just what this is saying to people that want to come here. We've heard examples already of professors who have decided not to come here. I think it sends a bad message because we pride ourselves on recruiting businesses, recruiting employers and employees to come here. But thank you for your time.
And we will continue to do so, and I believe other professors will choose to come here because of this effort. Thank you, Senator Alvarado.
Senator Springer, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To ask the author a couple questions, clarification.
Yes, I yield.
Yeah, and you may sit. It's not a filibuster, if you wish. It's been 3.5 hours, so you may.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate serving with you on higher ed and want to clarify some because I'm glad that my district is being so featured tonight with TWU, one of my outstanding universities that I have the pleasure of representing. But
Texas Women's does excellent work.
They absolutely do. And so I know when we're talking about the DIO office that they have, what they have specifically told me is that the 3 employees that they have are not for just that office, but they are for the entire student life. All the social groups, all the organizations that the students at TWU belong to, those 3 people serve all organizations. It's not just this one. So your bill in no way would remove them from being able to do that.
The DEI departments would be removed, but student organizations and other associations on campus, they certainly can continue to be active and to consider through any civil discourse they choose any discussion relevant to their purpose.
And I know, so let me help educate everybody, and I know the press has been taking a lot of questions and texting me on it, but so when we look at the diversity, inclusion, and outreach, this is really when your layout came out, what you were talking about, what our goal is. They provide programs and services that are student-led, promoting the diversity, education, culture awareness, and leadership development among students through various progressive and technology outlets. Diversity. We promote diversity, which expresses in many forms, including race, ethnicity, gender and gender identity, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, learning culture, religion, national origin, age, political affiliation, disabilities status, and provides foundation for understanding and accepting everybody. And we're happy with everybody, students talking to students that are working in discussing diversity. Inclusion. We commit to having a campus where differences are welcomed, different perspectives are respected, and individuals feel a sense of belonging in fair, inclusive environment. Again, students making sure they have safe places to talk. Outreach. We want to reach out to our students, student education and campus partnerships, aiming to increase student access and valuable resources for services. They talk about their 2 big things. They say DIO signature programs, their signature programs. G-Force. G-Force is a collegiate G-Force organization and a peer, and I say peer, not faculty-driven, peer mentoring program to enable and encourage high school students to realize their full potential and ability in pursuing higher education. Sounds like a good program to me. Their Adelant program is leadership through the Office of DIO, is designed for student leaders who want to cultivate their leadership development, strengthen culture pride among their local communities, build mentor relationships, increase civic engagement. The 4-year scholarship program is designed intentionally providing comprehensive support for 40 students per cohort and continued development mentoring cohorts through the degree completion. And so then the last one they have is their social change peer educators. And so you sit there and go, they're educators. Nope, this is students. The purpose of the social change peer educators is to heighten awareness and sensitivity regarding social issues within TWU community through education programs and training. These are the things we want people to be able to talk. This is not what this bill takes away from. And nowhere in any of theirs do they talk about hiring practices, who they can hire, who they can bring in to educate these kids. This is a student organization that we're allowing to discuss and feel comfortable in their diversity and grow throughout their program. And in fact, the one page that talks about their LGBT deals, almost half of that page is listing LGBT-friendly churches in Denton and Houston. And I think pointing people to faith and places they feel safe is a good thing to do. And so, do you see anything in their organizations that they're doing that would be in violation of this bill?
Senator Springer, we have clarifying amendments related to student organizations. I think you'll be pleased with that, but no, I do not, and especially upon clarification with amendments coming.
And that's my understanding that you had that, and I appreciate it, because I know that they do a great job up there. And talking with the leadership yesterday, specifically asking them about this, DEI. And they said, we don't have a DEI office. We don't run our faculty through that. We don't do those. And so we have no problem with that bill whatsoever.
Texas Women's University told you that they do not have a DEI office.
That is correct.
Thank you, Senator Springer.
Thank you, Chairman, for your great work on this bill.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield? Do you yield? Of course you
yield.
Do you want to sit for this?
I'm okay, thank you. I appreciate the.
Okay, because
I appreciate the offer.
We could both sit.
Oh, great.
You had mentioned in the questioning earlier, for which you've really been a stand-up guy that's been going on for some time. You had said the brand of our flagship universities is at stake and the world is watching. And you've also said that you believe your bill improves diversity, equity, and inclusion at our flagship universities. Diversity. And that is by eradicating DEI offices.
Yes, removing the current negative trends associated with the DEI offices, from the lackluster increases in minority faculty hiring over a decade to the loyalty oaths that have a chilling effect, arguably compelled speech versus free speech, that have a chilling effect on applicants looking at that particular university as a place where they may be wanted or needed or just considered equally important. And overall, just making sure that our combined, united effort to achieve diversity would be inclusive, not exclusive.
So by eradicating the DEI offices, prohibiting DEI statements from applicants, and prohibiting preferential hiring or assignment based on race, ethnicity, or sex, and also prohibiting any DEI training, you believe this will increase diversity?
Yes, not limiting to those categories, but including those categories consistent with state and federal law and expanding to all others. I believe it will.
But those are the only acts, other than the auditing, that this bill actually requires. The eradication of the office, the prohibition on a diversity statement, the prohibition on preferential hiring or assignment, and the prohibition on training. Those are the only things the bill does aside from the audit, correct?
That's correct, along with the removal of the offices, right.
So there is a loophole of sorts in that you can have one of these things if it is written by general counsel and approved by the attorney general pursuant to a court order or a federal regulation, correct?
You can have a training designed if those categories are met, correct. That way there's more rhyme and reason from leadership associated with the university related to charting a path forward, solution-oriented, right, to make sure that diversity continues to climb and that inclusivity continues to be a goal, making sure that general counsel, consistent with the bill, can say, you know, if this training is going to be established and promulgated and administered, I feel like state and federal law is being complied with on anti-discrimination policies.
So how will you, moving forward, measure the increased diversity due to the acts in your bill?
Yes, well, so we have a lot of different pieces of legislation that are exclusive from this effort, but hopefully after we get out of session, we move through the interim into hearings, right? Interim hearings based on our interim charges. We'll continue to follow with the oversight that we're tasked with to make sure that we were doing what we were doing even prior to this legislation, which is tracking the progress, understanding how the dollars are spent, understanding how if we're truly pursuing diversity in hiring, that we have programs in place and best practices in place that aren't exclusive, but that do provide equal dignity to everyone.
So that's how we might measure it in the future. How have you measured the progress to date to inform this bill?
Well, we've also got provisions in the bill that require the regents and university leadership, again, to report to us. We've got audit requirements in the bill. But to achieve what I think you were talking about, which is the bigger goal of a diversity overall, you know, I'm hearing you say, what happens next? How do we take the steps forward, not to remove something? How do we build from here? How do we dedicate and solve problems consistent with, yes, it's jarring that nomenclature that has the words diversity, equity, and inclusion might be removed, but where are we headed from here to show true intentions and true progress? We're going to have to work together on that. Again, we have bills in the legislature that are tied to that still will be heard. And it's up to us as we've talked member to member throughout this floor today on solutions.
So I'm gonna quote Senator Bettencourt: "What gets measured gets fixed."
Yes.
And what gets measured and doesn't need to be fixed doesn't need to get that much attention, right?
Well, we've been measuring, and we've been measuring a lot. And what we've measured, we've determined that it does need to be fixed because we have many, many examples of exclusivity, and you and I both would not tolerate that.
Well, and I'm not asking for examples of exclusivity. I'm talking about metrics of diversity. So what's your metric for diversity? What's the average diversity among faculty at universities currently?
Well, the metric for diversity would be, you know, what you and I would define it as, which would be all, right? It would be different characteristics that define everyone differently coming together and having equal opportunity under the law. The metrics within our universities, we can pull any data point that you would like to pull. It's hard to do that on the floor for charting out solutions going forward, but I can guarantee you through the coordinating board and through the particular institution that we can garner any metric or data point we need to make decisions.
Have you looked at all at the National Center for Education Statistics and how they define diversity among faculty?
I've looked at so many different sources, I can't even wait to share them with you, but go ahead and let me know.
Or the U.S. Department of Education data and their definition of diversity among faculty?
One thing that is consistent when you look across these different sources, including the U.S. Department of Education, is that there is a variance on the definition of diversity, almost every one of them.
Would you agree with me, though, that the most common diversity analysis is to take two random professors and look at the probabilities that those two randomly selected professors are different in either race, ethnicity, or gender?
Most of the diversity definitions have one common theme, the differences among all of us. And so, I would completely expect that, as you just laid out, I'm thinking that's from the Department of Ed, right?
Actually, both of those organizations use that metric, and it has a name of some, it has a person's name associated with it. But that is the common analysis of diversity. The randomized selection would produce a higher or lower probability of the two people being a different gender, sex, or ethnicity.
That's why it's been so jarring to me, the examples we've used about Texas universities today, excluding Asian Americans from DEI offices on campus, in even though their overall mission was to be inclusive, right? Or to exclude a professor from an application process in a hiring effort because he simply said, I would treat all of my students equally. So it's very jarring to me when we talk about definitions of diversity, how the DEI offices have applied those definitions in an exclusive manner.
That's understandable. What I'm trying to get at is, what is our metric of success for diversity? And would it surprise you to find that on average, university faculty run about approximately 75% white?
I have all those charts right here, if we'd like to look at them, but that's consistent, Senator Eckhart, with my variables I offered to the floor earlier on exactly how far behind the progress these DEI offices in general, I want
to drill down. Sorry, go ahead, finish.
How far behind they are over the last 10 years of just showing any significant progress. And I think it is tied to the 3 or 4 examples that I've been giving, not on just on national trends, but on Texas trends that have shown exclusivity. And when you promote exclusivity under the guise of DEI, you're going to not be surprised if your results are lackluster.
And specific examples are not necessarily statistical trends. Would you agree with me?
Yes, I was, reading about a leading speaker on DEI. He's the vice president of global DEI for Richmont in Geneva, Switzerland. His name is Doug Melville, and he was explaining just this week that DEI is really not to be gauged by data. It is, and he's a leading spokesperson on DEI in the world. DEI is not to be gauged by data. DEI is really more of a science, but more than that, it's art.
That's intriguing to me.
And so
coming from a statistical background, that we would not look at data. May I ask you about some data?
You can. I'm just, if data matters to you.
It does.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. Yes, ask me about some data.
So according to, I want to make sure that I'm citing the right thing. According to the National Center for Education Statistics, currently approximately 75% of university faculty is white. But in the late 90s, the average was 85%. So would you say we have made some progress?
I guess if we're looking at skin color, which this bill is colorblind and gender neutral, but the data that I show on the national trends for university professors being white at a 75th percentile, university professors at UT Austin that are white are in the 28% category. So because they're almost 50% under the national average, I would say that specific to Texas universities, the data is a little different.
It is. In fact, the statistic I have from the UT faculty is that it's 68% white. So it's under the national average. It's much higher than the statistic you quoted, but it is under the national average.
The statistic I'm quoting is new hires in the last 10 years.
New hires. That would explain the discrepancy. This is the overall faculty.
Got it.
And also, would it surprise you to find that based on that analysis that I had mentioned, the probabilities of 2 randomly chosen professors being of a different gender, ethnicity, or race, actually, and again, I want to get the site right, according to the U.S. Department of Education, 6 of the top 25 most diverse faculties are Texas schools.
Excellent.
Isn't it?
Sure.
I mean, it would be nice if we were doing better, but still, 6. And also 3 of the top 25 most diverse management positions in universities are Texas schools. That's good news, isn't it?
It's great news. Yeah, diversity is obviously a positive, right? The ways that you achieve the diversity and what diversity components you're talking about, is that ethnic diversity or is it diversity of viewpoint or is it both? I think what we've talked about so much today is a chilling effect, without a doubt, on diversity of viewpoint. When you have the mandatory training, when you have the litmus test, loyalty oath, diversity statements required, when you have the things that are excluding others, when you're promoting the overall goal of everyone's important, everyone has an opportunity here.
Well, I want to go back to something that Senator Menendez asked, because it is a bit of a conundrum. And again, I'm a data person. I think it would be mutually exclusive to say that DEI is not working and these loyalty oaths are running white applicants, running white applicants out of the running. Because then it would make us more, at least ethnically and racially diverse, but you're saying we're not achieving that.
Yeah, nobody mentioned running white applicants away. We're talking about diversity of viewpoints, right? Those that would not be comfortable with the belief system that equal outcome should govern over equal opportunity and equal dignity. So along those lines, we differ there, but it's irrefutable that the examples that I've given tied directly to Texas DEI units have been exclusive.
So what I'm struggling with here is we have made some progress on diversity if you define it as 2 professors randomly selected being of a different gender, ethnicity, or race. But that's not how you define diversity, is it?
I don't think it's limited there. No, I think there's immutable characteristics, and then I think there is much, much more of a holistic review of a person's being and what they have to offer, especially competence that's directly tied to the job, right? Merit, the way their teaching background is illustrated, the way their research accomplishments are verified, all of the different things you and I would probably look for if we were on a committee that was hiring new faculty for one of the best universities in the world, which is what we have here in Texas in so many different categories.
I agree. UT and A&M are among the top 100 universities in the nation. Do you think we will stay among the top 100 universities in the nation after we get rid of all DEI and tenure, and also this new provision about not compelling students to a political, social, or gender belief?
I think we will continue to open up wide nets on the number of applicants that would choose to work for our universities with this legislation. I think that we would certainly have students on campus that are much more comfortable than they polled to be now, that if they provide differing viewpoints, their grades might be at risk. And that polling is consistent at UT, it's consistent at A&M, and it's consistent with the existence of DEI units.
Well, I am very, very proud that we have 6 of the top 25 most diverse universities based on the randomly selected professors being of diverse gender, race, and ethnicity. We've made some progress, not enough. I think that's what your bill is really concerned about. I don't think it's that we haven't made progress. I don't think that's what your bill is concerned with. I think your bill is concerned that we've made too much progress. Because if we get rid of these programs, it's probable that that progress will stop. But thank you for answering my question.
Yeah, there are many members on the floor that feel like our discussion today does not show progress for diversity. But thank you, Senator Eckhart. Thank you for the exchange and also working with me in my office.
Senator Zaffarini, what purpose?
To ask the author a few questions.
Do you yield?
I yield.
And I mean a very few questions, Senator Creighton, because really all my questions have either been asked or you answered them in response to other questions that weren't asked. So you've done a very thorough job, but I do have just a very few questions for you. First is I was looking at the committee report, and I was looking at the registration of witnesses. And one of the things I noticed is that only 5 people registered and testified for the bill. And they included 2 out-of-state witnesses, 1 TPPF, and only 2 other witnesses, for a total of 6 witnesses for the bill, including 1 who registered only. But of those who were against the bill, 43 testified, 110 registered only, and 15 submitted written testimony for a total of 168. And a total of 4 people either testified, registered, or submitted written testimony on the bill. So let's say 168 against and 6 for. And my question to you, Senator Creighton, I know that you're a very good listener, but in listening to these witnesses, especially those who testified against, what is in this bill that will make them feel that they were heard? Did they have any impact on the legislation at all?
Senator Zaffarini, I think it's a great question, and certainly, first and foremost, what would make them feel heard that we stayed into the late hours of the night, unlike the federal government, and we made sure that every Texan has a voice in committee hearings, whereas we know in Washington, the regular John and Mary Smith has to now be invited to testify on a bill, so everyone was heard. All of those that traveled this very short distance from the campus of the University of Texas at Austin to testify in opposition could not have made it as they were waiting to testify on behalf of their DEI unit, could not get through the second witness before they stood up and turned their back to the entire committee dais for almost 30 minutes. Because they did not agree on the second witness of the entire hearing with what was being said, right? Free speech is just not important. So we made sure, whether they turned their back to us or not, that we heard every single witness, whether they were in opposition or in support. It was a late night. And we also hear through emails and letters and calls, we hear from our constituents from the district to our capital offices into our district offices, and we hear sentiment all during the interim, and we just have to weigh those different viewpoints and make a decision on progress.
Thank you, and I know you're a good listener, as I said, but is there anything in terms of the content of this bill that reflects their testimony? Anything at all that they might have impacted?
There will be related to amendments.
Oh, to the floor amendment that you have
Yes,
today?
specific to student organizations.
Well, that's excellent, and I'm sure that they will appreciate that. Thank you. A lesson that I learned long ago, Senator Creighton, is whenever I'm involved in a controversy, I typically ask the question, what if they are right and I am wrong? Have you asked yourself that question? There is so much disagreement today. What if you're wrong? What could be the impact on accreditation, on athletics, on financial aid? Is there a plan B? Is there any possibility in your mind that you could be wrong?
Senator Zaffirini, it's just another excellent question. I think every member on this floor struggles with that daily as we vote on legislation that we're not exactly sure about the consequences, and as we author legislation and we're not completely, absolutely certain on the consequences. But I feel strongly enough about this to put my name on it. I feel strongly enough about this to put the time into it, to have the facts and the data to support the presentation that I've made before you today. And I hope that with what I have provided on DEI offices working in an exclusive manner, that I might have compelled you to consider changing your vote to support.
Don't hold your breath.
I had to ask.
Thank you, Senator. You're a very good friend. And finally, my question is, you've talked with such great confidence about how diversity will be improved. And I must say, you really were very, very confident and almost convincing, but we didn't quite get us there. How in the world, without a DEI office, how in the world would you go about implementing a program to achieve diversity, and what metrics would you use to measure your success?
You know, I think that right there, that is the intersection between the difference that we have before us today on support versus oppose. And many of us are often in that category as we go home and we explain. Many of our constituents think, well, you voted yes on that bill. You must have been 99% sure and 1% maybe not. And some of our votes are 52-48. But on this, I believe that if we keep the current structure in place, that it will actually be an obstacle to achieve our aligned goal for true diversity. We will not get to the solution while we have a rubric and a framework in place that could be labeled exclusive. And unfortunately, I feel like we have to start again, and I have some very capable members that have been on both sides of the aisle that have committed to working with me to make sure that we launch that effort.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer, Senator, and thank you for your hard work. Even though we disagree, I certainly respect your perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Zaffirini.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to suspend the regular order of business. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
19 ayes, 12 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 17.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 17 relating to the power and duties of the governing boards of public institutions of higher education.
Secretary, I'm sorry, the following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Creighton.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment removes any doubt about the intentions of the core prohibitions on DEI offices and practices in the bill. The amendment makes clear that prohibitions do not apply to academic course instruction, scholarly research, activities of registered student organizations, Senator Springer, guest speakers and performers, programs to enhance academic achievement that are implemented without regard to race, color, sex, gender, or ethnicity, data collection, Senator Eckhart, as we continue to collect data and to understand the mission forward, and the student admissions process. Additionally, this amendment makes 2 small changes. It makes clear that the prohibition on DEI offices or programs applies to any unit of the institution, not just those classified as academic or administrative, but all units, and it makes clear the university cannot require any person, not just a person performing a university function, to participate in a DEI training. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator West, what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield.
In terms of the DEI training, what does this amendment do for to DEI training?
Well, it's consistent with the bill, Senator West. The bill covers university employees, but there also could be a contract person. There could be some sort of arm's length relationship performing a university function. And in that respect, they would also fall under the expectations of the same that are listed in the bill itself.
And that's mandatory training, right?
That's correct.
Okay, mandatory.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Members, the motion is on adoption of the amendment. Any objections? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Chair lays out the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 2 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, you've got a wastebasket full of paper there. You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a simple severability amendment, which makes it clear that if any part of the chapter is held to be invalid for a particular person or particular circumstance, that the rest of the provisions still apply to other people and circumstances.
Any objection to the amendment? Oh, I'm sorry. Senator, okay, Secretary, call the roll. Secretary, call the roll. Yes, ma'am. I didn't come back. No, that's it. He was an objection, and she can call the roll. Go ahead.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
19 ayes, 12 nays. The amendment passes. Members, the following amendments.
Floor Amendment Number 3 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized on your amendment.
Mr. President, can I consult with staff on this real quick?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this just strikes a date specific where a subsection was to expire. We just took that specific date out where there is no expiration.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay. Are there objections? Okay, Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
19 ayes, 12 nays. The amendment passes. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 4 by West.
Senator West, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This may or may not be necessary after I have a conversation, hopefully, with the author of the bill. The biggest issue is making certain that voluntary training will, in fact, will not be barred by this particular bill. And I think, based on the conversation with Senator Creighton, it will not be barred.
Senator Creighton. Do you need for him to repeat what he said?
I don't need him to
Okay.
to repeat it, no, Mr. President.
So you're on the amendment? He laid out his amendment?
Yes.
You're recognized on the amendment.
Okay, yes. No, we had Central West and I had an exchange earlier about the fact that the bill opposes or prohibits mandatory training. Senator West, I know you would like to add specific language regarding voluntary language. I just want the bill to stand as it's drafted, so I would oppose the amendment.
So,
Senator West?
it's my understanding that only mandatory. So for legislative intent, if it was voluntary, then institutions could do that, correct?
The bill doesn't speak to that. You and I had that exchange. The bill just specifically prohibits mandatory training, and it stops there.
Okay, so mandatory training. That's what it prohibits, right?
That's right.
So I'll pull it down.
All right, members, the amendment is pulled down. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Amendment number 5 by Miles.
Senator Miles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In my statements earlier, my questioning, one of the elephants in the room was NCAA, and it still remains to be undetermined. NCAA requires DEI training once every 4 years as requirement for its membership. If we don't play by their rules, then all of our Texas teams, our 25 Texas teams that belong to NCAA, could be in jeopardy. This amendment would keep the spirit of the bill, but require these DEI prohibitions to work in conjunction with the federal laws and the rules. This is basically to make sure, and I hope that we can adopt it and it can be acceptable by the author as a safety blanket so that we can continue our good Texas spirit in sports. Because as we all know, football rules Texas. We'd hate to see it gone.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, Senator Miles and I had an exchange about concerns related to the NCAA and college athletics. I feel comfortable again in the way the bill's drafted and also the current NCAA requirements that we would not need this amendment added to the bill, so I would oppose the amendment.
Secretary will call roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert.
There being 12 yes votes, 19, the amendment fails. Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 6 by Menendez.
Excuse me, Senator, my allergies are getting to me. You're recognized on the amendment.
Not a problem, Mr. President. I understand completely. So, members, I've asked for research on what the potential losses for university research funding across the state would be. We had some witnesses that talked about and testified that a lot of the grants that they put into the National Science Foundation and the National Health Institutes of Health required DEI provisions in their grants. And so, first of all, let me give you just some numbers that are pretty impressive and something that we need to think about. Fiscal year 2020, Texas public universities and health-related institutions had $5.44 billion in external research expenditures, with $4.1 billion from non-state sources. So in year 2020, 2021, UT Austin's budget was $3.37 billion. Of that, 22%, $740 million, was from research awards. Members, it is my opinion that we cannot risk, just because we want to fix a problem with a sledgehammer, we cannot risk this research funding. So what this amendment is very simple. It would ensure that if a university is disqualified from funding because of provisions of this bill, the bill will be repealed. This will ensure that the future of our universities are secure, access to appropriate and available funding to continue Texas' growth and competitive abilities and research. And so, Mr. President, members, I move adoption of amendment number 6.
Senator Creighton?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Menendez and I had quite an exchange related to whether or not the speculation behind this legislation affecting grant funding was with merit. I think we made it very clear that within the grant writing process, if it is very clear that the university itself has a diversity goal and strategy that ties together with affirming state and federal anti-discrimination laws, there would be no punitive aspect to those grant awards. And for that, I would oppose the amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
12 yes, and 12 yes and 19 noes. The amendment fails. Following amendment.
Floor amendment number 7 by Miles.
Senator Miles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you give a few minutes for my colleagues to take a look at this particular amendment.
All right, sure.
It's kind of lengthy.
Sure.
If you don't mind.
Sure, we'll give them time. I'll watch their facial expressions when they're looking up.
Mr. President, members, well, my colleague, Senator Creighton, has included an audit provision in the bill. That audit is only required to be conducted once every 4 years. This proposed amendment will provide an annual reporting requirement for institutions of higher education and will provide oversight measures over the implementation of this bill. Mr. President, members, I think it's very imperative that we take a closer look at the effects of this bill and the data so that we can better be informed about the number of violations of this act, which would allow us to better react with future legislation. Because in a perfect world, this may be the answer. But as I've said on this floor many times, we don't live in a perfect world. So Senator Creighton, I'd ask that you consider this particular amendment so that we can keep a better accountability of what SB 17 may look like, so that we can fix something if there's a problem. And if we don't, like my colleague said, if we don't measure it, we can't fix it. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration of this particular amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, great respect for the effort and the intention behind Senator Miles' amendment. There are provisions in the bill that require the university's Board of Regents to designate a specific designee to report to the Senate Education Committee in the interim hearings, information tied to the audit language and also compliance and also other consequences. So I'm comfortable with that required language and the reporting that's already in the bill, and for that I would oppose the amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
12
Blanco.
ayes and 19 nays. The amendment fails. Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment. This is the last amendment.
Floor amendment number 8 by Middleton and Creighton.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, what this amendment does is if a accrediting agency attempts to take adverse action or actually does take adverse action against an institute of higher education, because of the Institute's compliance with this bill under state law, it allows the Attorney General, the institution, employee of the institution, to bring in action for declaratory or injunctive relief against that accreditation agency.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Middleton and I and our offices have been working together on this amendment, and it is acceptable to the author.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
19 ayes, 12 nays. The amendment is passed. Senator Creighton, you're recognized on passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move passage to engrossment for committee substitute for Senate Bill 17.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
19
Blanco.
ayes, 12 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. And you get a chance to sit down, and we'll hold right there. Senator Campbell, do you want to come up? Chair recognizes the dean for.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Motion.
I would move that we adjourn, the Senate stand adjourned to 8:22. I'll so move.
Any objection, members? Hearing none, the Senate stands adjourned until 8:22.